Hmm. We have a lot to cover. Another marathon day. So first and foremost, as Jeff has said, we want to welcome you and thank you all for your commitment, for really attending and being here for these two very long days. We need more individuals trained in CBTP, and so your commitment to using these interventions that are informed by research are fantastic. We're really excited to have you. So just to set our agenda for today, we are taking this first hour for introductions. We'll be going through a few slides. Some of it will be review for you, those of you who are here yesterday. We won't be going too deep into that, so don't worry. For those of you who are new today, it's just some information that's going to be helpful to orient you to CBTP, how it's helpful, and how it's going to be applied to groups. And as you can see here, we're going to be going over a few modules with some emphasis on module 1. We'll take a half-hour lunch, diving into module 2 after lunch. And then with the last hour, we're going to break up and just very briefly go over module 3 and 4. Just for transparency, this training is usually done in about 2 or 3 days, and we are all doing this in one, in about 5.5 hours. So we have a lot of material. We're not going to go over all of it as in depth, but this is why the consult calls are going to be really important to attend because the additional information is going to be covered there. We're going to take some breaks here and there, but because there is a lot of information, again, please feel free to administer any self-care that you might need. It is very interactive, so I am going to be asking for volunteers for reading or for just interacting in just the material. So we will all be talking, debating. If you do have any questions, feel free to raise your hand, interrupt me or Stephen, go in the chat. Andre and Jeff, when they are here, they'll be monitoring the chat and will be able to answer questions or interrupt me if they see anything. And if you have any restroom needs, drink, food needs, please take care of you. I did want to go over the consultation agenda just really briefly. Jeff already gave a bit of what that was going to look like. So if you have not done so already, please make sure that your calendars are updated. Consultation calls are going to be from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. on the second and fourth Tuesday of every month. Our first consultation call is on the 28th. That'll be the fourth Tuesday. Our orientation call this past Tuesday was the second Tuesday of the month, so that would have been our first one, but because we haven't done the training yet, we'll start on the 4th. Each call has a full agenda that we look at. So we will have introductions, we'll do check-ins and announcements, we'll have a didactic, generally we'll have a role play, and we'll also have consultation time where there'll be Q&A where people who are actually having questions about their groups or questions about starting their group, and all of us can act as a group to support each other in that. And then at the very end, there'll be a very brief CEU quiz, like 2 or 3 questions. And that is just making sure it's based on the didactic that you were here, you were paying attention, and then you can get that additional hour of CEU credits. Are there any questions about any of that so far or any comments? Great. I'm going to hand it over to Stephen. Whoops. And we're going to dive into looking at CBTP for groups.
All right, awesome. Can you guys hear me? Yeah, okay. So thank you, Mel. So we're going to start today's conversation really just as a continuation to some of the information that Jeff presented yesterday. And the conversation about groups has to start with a conversation about recovery, particularly how we use evidence-based practices as kind of our mechanism to get people to to recovery. The models for evidence-based practice in our country has always been kind of this spoken, unspoken contract between the individual that we're working with, the providers that are involved in care, and the ability to provide really sound and effective treatment services. As you see on this slide, there's this intersecting point, and we're just going to kind of speak to that intersection, but also the different parts. So here, getting to recovery first, we think of, we have to understand the individual, right? Understand the individual from all different aspects. And we usually take a biopsychosocial model when trying to conceptualize and bringing to the picture what the individual is dealing with, and also kind of the all the different factors that are involved. So we're thinking about their biology, we're thinking about their social world, and we're thinking about their medical and mental health needs, all kind of coalescing in one to really inform the person, the person that we're working with, right? In this, we are also thinking about recovery, right? That the individual is not just a combination of their symptoms, of their biology, of their physiological makeup, but really thinking about their personal goals and needs, the drivers of their treatment. In thinking of the individual, we're thinking about all the things that matter to them. We're also thinking about their preferences for treatment, right? Um, Evidence-based practice isn't something that we just give to the individual. It's something that is very tailored to their needs, driven by their goals, tailored to their needs and their preferences. So that's one kind of piece of the contract. Another piece is the expectation that providers are coming from a recovery-oriented position, right? That believe that regardless of what their participants are experiencing, regardless of the history, the course of what they're experiencing, they still have the opportunity to reach a state of recovery, right? So we're asking you, the clinicians, to buy into that belief in recovery orientation, that recovery is possible, right? We also, as part of this contract, are asking our folks to commit to evidence-based practices as the gold standard, right? There's a lot of stuff that we do with clients, some of which is backed by research, some of which is not. We hope that folks will know the best practices and provide that for their participants and their clients to the best of their abilities. In doing so, there's going to be times where we need to get training. We need to get training, supervision. We need to always make sure that we are treating individuals in alignment with what works. So this contract does really ask clinicians to stay on top of it, stay on top of the training that they're getting. We will be there to provide supervision to make sure that we are kind of operating within the folds of practice. But the expectation is that for you guys that this stuff will be tough, and you'll need training and supervision along the way to do it. And then, what we are providing, and what has always been provided for folks that are experiencing mental health care, is kind of the best approaches. And we have a list here of some of the best practices for SMI, CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, which is what we're going to go over today. IMR, illness management recovery model, which I believe a lot of folks are already trained in. That's usually a key tenet of PACT and ACT work. Motivational interviewing, pharmacological assessments and needs, including family therapy, supported employment, psych rehab, um, an eye on relapse prevention, and then the inclusion of peer support. Right. So you are already in teams that are built, whose foundations involve these best practices. As coordinated specialty care programs, this is what we think of in terms of providing the best evidence-based practice for our clients. With note, also important to know that CBT among these practices actually has the most empirical support for helping folks with symptoms, symptom reduction, and increasing their functioning, right? So we put up this slide to just kind of highlight that, there's a ton of different things working together here. It's the understanding of the individual, it's kind of the expectation and expertise of the trainer, and it's the actual evidence-based practice, and the comprehensive workings of different evidence-based practices, that really kind of come together to provide what we think of as very effective care, and what we hope can help people get towards a state of recovery. Okay. Next slide, please. All right. That's all great, right? That's the ideal. If we have this, again, spoken, unspoken contract, and everyone does their parts, and all things kind of align, that's the ideal. We know that that's not always the case, right? There's always some things that we have to kind of tackle along the way. There will be barriers that come up. There are misassumptions that come up along the way, that make it difficult to really execute this contract, this agreement. So we're going to just kind of dive into a little bit of those things that come along the way. First, we want to just kind of help people. Again, this was a lot of stuff that Jeff covered. Help people just kind of understand the key assumptions of CBT, right? Um, CBT really kind of posits that there's this relationship between thoughts, feelings, and behaviors, that kind of impacts outcomes, right? That really informs what we know of when we think of symptoms. And the assumption is that if we could understand these connections between thoughts, feelings, and behaviors, we can actually understand the symptoms, and we can do something about it, right? CBT actually targets not just the thoughts, feelings, and behaviors, not just the symptoms, but the unhealthy outcomes, that results from the combination of these thoughts, feelings, and behaviors, right? So we often hope that providers go beyond just thinking about the diagnoses and thinking about more the interplay of the individual's pathology, the interplay of the thoughts and feelings, behaviors, and how those things create the symptoms, right? So thinking less about the fact that the person has schizophrenia, but more about how CBT can be used to understand delusions, hallucinations, the thoughts and feelings and behaviors that come with that, right? Um, and I think it's important to also think that, to also know that there's a lot of data behind this, right? That if we move beyond just the diagnoses and really look at these symptoms and the functioning of these symptoms, that people can actually get better, that we could intervene more precisely and more effectively, right? CBTP, along with many CBT approaches, the intention is that it's very skills based, right? It's there to reduce distress in the moment, but also to build up skills to help people improve their life, right? So that's the kind of understanding that we're going to be operating under, right? The things that you're going to learn today, in terms of bringing this evidence-based practice in group form, is to help people deal with their distress, is to help them build the skill set to work and tackle some really unhealthy thoughts, feelings, and behaviors, and then ultimately get them to improving the quality of their life. Okay. Um, But again, that's the ideal. That's the hope. We have to really start to think about what are some barriers and assumptions that might get in the way of that ideal goal. We know that psychosis, more I would say more so than any other disorder clinical presentation, comes with its own set of assumptions, um, with its own set of maybe even myths, that suggest that doing CBT with people that have psychosis, or doing any sort of treatment with people that have psychosis, is virtually impossible, that it's incompatible. So I want to just kind of, maybe if we could take the screen off first for a second, Mel, and go back to the gallery view. Yeah, I want to just get a sense of, for you guys, as you're attending this training and thinking about bringing group CBT, CBTP to your folks, what are some barriers or assumptions that you know are going to make it hard to do this work? What comes to mind for you guys? Yeah, feel free to use the chat or come off mute. Love to hear. What do you guys think are some barriers to bringing a group CBT to your teams? Transportation, desires to to engage, time, staffing. Yep, yep. So transportation, getting folks into your programs. Um, there's differences in terms of how people want to be engaged in your treatments and with your teams, right? Times, staffing. So it sounds like more barriers related to getting it off the ground, hmm keeping it
Stephen,
structured.
when I
Yes.
think of a couple of clients, at least three, it's really hard to engage with them, even speaking about some of their delusions, because they feel if they talk about them at all, that whoever like that they are,
Mm,
they can't discuss it because the they will get angry at them and make their life worse.
yeah. Yeah, thank you for sharing that, Dan. So what you're speaking about, if I were to categorize this like these client level barriers, right? So the psychosis in of itself, if you engage and like talk about the psychosis, it could lead to some distressing thoughts that the person now is actually going to come, or these things that I'm believing are no longer in my head, but actually you're giving life to it. Yeah.
Yeah, they're kind of so much into their psychosis that they will tell you they can't speak about it or they will be harmed.
Mm, yeah. Yeah, psychosis, the actual beliefs or hallucinations, the symptoms are the barrier. Yeah, barrier
Yeah.
to engage. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Any other thoughts? I appreciate that. Let's even just think about like for clients, what are the client factors that are going to make it hard to do this work?
If the client doesn't have any insight into their psychosis, but they
Mm-hmm.
know they're sick, but so we have groups at PAC, and I'm very shocked that everybody that attends the group they love to share what their experiences. Yeah, we call them the Hearing Voices group, and we're growing, and that's
Mm,
very interesting to me. I thought
yeah.
they're going to be shy, not share. They're actually overshare.
Yeah, yeah, they take up the space, right? Yeah. So that's interesting, right? Like the other kind of client variable, not just the symptoms, but the lack of quote unquote insight, might present as a problem to show up to a group about symptoms, right? But what you're finding, Maribel, is that you do have some clients that are, no, yes, I hear these voices and I want to talk about them, right? Yeah. So there might be
Yeah,
some, yeah.
unfortunately, some of them says I don't hear voices, but it's in my thoughts. But then
Yeah.
they're kind of catch themselves and say, "Yeah, my voice told me." So it's kind of
Mm,
weird.
yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. It's some acknowledging, but not fully acknowledging. Yeah, yeah. Thank you for sharing, Mary. And look, reading the chat, kind of similar thoughts, right? So voices would create the barrier, right? Uh, make it hard for them to open up, be around others. Some suspiciousness, I imagine, with talking about these things or being in groups to talking with other people. Um, barriers such as their symptoms not letting them even leave the house, right, to come into a group setting. Yeah, shame and guilt. Yeah, delusions, culture, right, all these kind of client level barriers. Yeah, yeah. And that's what happens on the client side. What about structural barriers that are going to get in the way? And some have already named them, right? So transportation, um, lack of access, or even just getting the staffing needed. the time needed to start a group. Anything else that you guys want to share in terms of what you think are going to be some key structural barriers? Substance use, yes, substance use, I think on more the client side. Yep. Yes.
We're
Hey,
still
Karen.
kind of relatively newish, so we haven't really had any groups get off the ground. And this is probably my bias, but I kind of see this group as like way sort of further down the line to kind of get people warmed up, staff and clients, kind of socially. So, but that you know, that's kind of where I'm coming from. I could be wrong.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, that's a huge one, right? There's no culture of groups at some settings, right? Like this is something that's brand new. The idea of creating a group and having that be part of services is new. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I see some other thoughts. Funding, right? So needing to have funding, again, that's a huge systemic issue. Managing rapport between groups. Yeah. So I love this, and please keep sharing these barriers. We're gonna need to talk about these because it's gonna help us anticipate what's coming down, but also develop some solutions, right? Particularly, I like the conversation too about the culture of groups, because we know that for a lot of PAC teams, that's not really what we do. We see people in the community, we go to them, we have more individual based services. Yeah. Okay. Mel, can you put back up the slide, please? All right, next slide. Just want to keep the conversation going with respect to barriers to getting groups off the ground. We know that for a lot of settings, not just in PACTs and ACT teams, that there's just skepticism about the ability to do a group, let alone a CBT group for people experiencing symptoms of psychosis, right? One of the barriers, the skepticism from staff and clinicians, maybe not just from your team, but maybe in the agency, who may be thinking that it's not appropriate for clients with psychosis to attend groups, right? They're not able to do it. They're not able to sit through a group. Going to a group might exacerbate their symptoms. These are clients that need individual time, or maybe they're not quote unquote high functioning enough to kind of sit through a talking type group, right? Another common thing that we hear is that, yeah, we have clients with psychosis, but they don't have psychosis all the time, right? They're actually pretty, quote unquote, stable now. So there's no reason for them to go to a psychosis group because it's no longer top of mind. It's no longer a key problem for them, right? They're not experiencing voices 24/7. So why would they need to go to a group on hearing voices? We hear that sometimes. From the participant side, we also heard that kind of similar. Like, I don't really experience psychosis anymore. That was, that was a long time ago, and I'm doing a lot better. So why would I need to go to groups? Similarly, the idea that like I just don't like groups. So yeah, you're not gonna catch me in a group because it's just not the thing that I really warm up to. Okay. Next slide, please. Other common barriers to engaging clients or bringing clients into groups are, again, symptoms related to their voices. The idea that it's hard for them to sit through, or they're too disorganized to sit through. On the not just the client side, but from a structural side, the disorganization is different but same, right? Like, it's hard to fit in a group in kind of the regular agenda that you guys have, the regular demands that you guys have. So getting a group off the ground is a lot of work, right? It takes a lot of rallying. It takes a lot of planning. And we know that you guys have very limited time outside of senior clients, outside of putting out fires and attending to case management needs. So this logistically is something that is often really hard to get off the ground, right? And we know that typically with groups, you know, especially groups that have some sort of curriculum, attendance, right? Attendance isn't always the best. We know folks might come to one session, but the idea of coming to a series, nah, forget about it, right? Again, we have to just kind of keep these at top of mind, and I hope we can, in the next few slides, think about some possible solutions to these barriers. Another one that just kind of we have on the slide is administratively, you know, the assessments. You know, you guys already doing a ton of assessments, and assessments help to kind of assign people to appropriate levels of care. But doing these can also just kind of clog up your work responsibilities. Helping you kind of decide what kind is right for a group, and develop any type of assessment or protocol to assign that. Again, it will take some time, and you know, we suggest that it's less about getting the right individuals as much as just leaving the door open for individuals that are experiencing symptoms. Anyone can benefit from this, but we really think that folks with psychosis are the ones that are going to benefit the most. List could go on and on when we talk about barriers to getting groups off the ground. Next slide, please. Okay. So let's think about some of the things that we can do to really solve some of these problems. And actually, Mel, if you don't mind, if you can go back to gallery view, let's get off the slide deck for a second. I want to maybe first lean into those that have groups already. If you're willing to share, what has worked for you in getting groups off the ground? Like, what has been your strategy? Is it just like, oh, let's do it? It was that easy, off and running, or what did you have to kind of problem solve?
Offering coffee and snacks.
Heck yeah, definitely having some food available. That is always going to go down well, regardless of the group. Yeah, yeah. Teamwork. Maribel, can I ask you to speak a little bit about that?
When we first started the Hearing Voices group,
Mhm.
it was kind of hard with logistics, you know, like what room we can use and all that. So a bunch of us make sure that everybody has their job in getting everything started. And then once we got that, we got like an advanced buy-in from the clients. And we kind of explained to them that it's just kind of normalizing what they hear, and that they're not alone, and that they have network of people that will help them. So a lot of them say, yeah, sure, because they're bored. So that was very interesting. So now they're regularly coming to group.
Wow, that's amazing. That's really amazing. I mean, multiple things, right? What you said about how people are just kind of coming together, sharing, and having realizations that they're not alone. But what you said about everybody's kind of hands on deck, all the team is doing a part in getting people to the groups, organizing. Yeah, yeah. So team approach. Looking at the chat, also keeping the groups open, that helps absolutely, so that people can kind of drop in. Having the team share all their clients that the group is starting, so really recruiting and telling folks about the groups. Yeah. Anything else has worked? Activities, using different types of activities for them. I mean, it goes without saying, a more active group, active, fun, personable group always goes down well. Yeah, and kind of a straightforward didactic. And we're going to talk about like how to make sure you keep these the content live and rich, and facilitate some activities. Yeah. Okay. Any other solutions that you guys could think? And then for those that haven't done groups, please share, like, what do you think are some solutions to these barriers that we're talking through? And Mel, can you bring back up the deck, please? Okay. So let's think about some concrete things that we've seen helps with engaging folks and helping folks stay engaged. The thing about skepticism is it's skepticism because a lot of people are essentially filling up their heads with what they think rather than what they know, right? So our first step is always providing information, right? Providing information based on what we know about the CBT, B, psychosis, and D, how groups can really help with what the individual is experiencing. So it comes in the form of psychoed. So we're always providing psychoed to folks, to potential clients, potential group members on CBT, on the fact that we can actually get them some relief, and that there are a ton of different approaches to help them get some relief for some of the difficulties they're experiencing. So at the very least, we hope that you can provide some psychoeducation. And if there's anything that we say today or yesterday, that recovery, psychoeducation based on the fact of recovery is something that we hope that you share with your folks. Some organizations might choose to also share testimonials from clients that have received CBTP or gone to a CBTP group. Again, helping folks hear from their peers as opposed to you guys, the providers, is often really poignant for folks. Allowing clients to know that the group is good at reducing stress. So connecting it to their personal goals. So, you could introduce this is a group for hearing voices, but this is actually a group that will help you sleep at night, right? Because part of sleeping at night means reducing the distress of hearing voices, right? So anything you could do to connect it around their personal goals, I would actually say that's even more important than labeling a group about symptoms. Like really, really making it personal. Like this is a group that's about getting people to the things that they love, right? In the process, we're talking about obstacles related to psychosis, but it's really so that we could get you to the things that you want. So providing that type of I wouldn't even call that psychoeducation, but that type of inspiration can really be helpful. When we're thinking of like the kind of common, this organization might not always capture it, but the kind of common challenge of just kind of getting things started, planning always helps. Really kind of like jotting down what it would look like. So that means where you would consider doing the groups, what time you think works for your clients, what would be a kind of a group, kind of how often they meet, but also, what would be something that you guys feel would be a good group that people want with respect to symptoms. Who's going to co-facilitate the group is always something to just make sure you consider. Is this going to be a group where we have some materials, or is this going to be something that we kind of have discussion around? Is there going to be any type of logistical issues? All that stuff is really important to kind of think through. We're putting this on there not because we don't think you know it, but just as a good reminder. How are you going to recruit? Right? How are you going to drum up interest? Is this going to be flyers? Is this going to be word of mouth? Are you going to incentivize? Are you going to put the group around the time where you already put out food, provide food for participants? Is it convenient to just have the group then? Do you need to do any type of assessments to figure out who you think would benefit the most from the groups? Again, everything is really about just kind of naming all the challenges and all the things that you need to consider and planning ahead. Let's make sure. Look at the chat. Psycho inspiration. I love that. Yeah. No, I didn't know that your first group was called Clarity. That's actually a really dope name for a group. Um,
I can't take full credit for that.
yeah.
I was co-facilitating with a peer, and she is amazing. And
Mm,
she threw that out there, and it just stuck. I'm like, that's what we're naming it. We're naming it Clarity.
yeah,
Because
yeah.
it's naming the group can be a really big thing. I've seen some groups where they do call it hearing voices, or they just say it's this is CBTP group. But some people have clever names around that,
Hmm.
and we really wanted to hit on what was the actual um, group facilitating for clients.
Mm,
And we decided, if it's clarity, it's, you know, as you just said, decreasing stress, it's being able to have increased awareness of self and of
mm,
others and of your symptoms. And what do we want by the end of the group is additional clarity that clients can have that for themselves.
mm. Yeah.
Feel free to
I
use that if you'd like.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. And it's funny because I've heard more symptom related titles. Hearing voices is a common one. But I like that. I love the idea of actually what we're asking for is clarity or understanding self. I think that's another one I've seen before. Yeah. Yeah. And Sarah, I like the idea of naming it something fun, unique, as a way to engage them. Yeah. Yeah. Awesome. Okay. Any other thoughts about group names, guys? I don't want to keeping that these great ideas. Sounds less clinical. Any other names you guys have come across? Well, if you do, or if you're just kind of brainstorming, put in the chat. I think people would definitely benefit from it. Okay. Next slide, please. Another really common strategy solution to some of the barriers is normalizing, right? And this is something I'm sure you guys do already. Um, but the idea is it's different than psychoeducation where you are really providing information about what we know about the symptoms. Normalizing is really taking it from a place of, hey, you're not alone here. Actually, we can actually understand a lot of what you're experiencing. And actually, like, you are no different than someone that might just be experiencing daily anxiety. It provides a kind of way to elevate our understanding, elevate the participants' understanding of what's going on, and to convey that this is a very common experience. If we could really understand it, and it's actually it makes sense. So psychoeducation can normalize, but then there's this way of really helping people suggest that we can understand the phenomena of psychosis. It obviously it helps to clear things up, but it also reduces this often fear that people had that they're going crazy, that something is wrong with them. No, nothing's wrong with you. This is how you've adapted to your environment. And a lot of people do, right? This is how a lot of people adapt to their environment. I think I love what Jeff said yesterday is like we need to reframe it as less of an unhealthy response and more just an adaptive response, meaning that we could have other adaptive responses. Um, it also, if you're taking some of the language that was presented yesterday, you're helping them make different attributions about their hallucinations, about their symptoms. So, as you're engaging folks, and a lot of this happens in the group, but as you're engaging folks and trying to help them open up to the idea of psychosis conversations, just helping them reframe that, like, hey, this is not because of a chemical, like a brain abnormality. Maybe it's because of stuff that you've experienced, right? Maybe the hallucinations don't just come out of the blue, right? That we could actually figure out that this is something that maybe happened to you rather than something that just happens. um And so again, these small techniques can do a lot to help people open up to the idea of coming to groups. We often take some of the same interventions and strategies, CBT interventions and strategies, and help people that help people deal with their symptoms, but also help them understand what's going on. So using alternative explanations, we have another approach, the 3 C's, which is kind of check, clarify, catch, clarify. I forgot the acronym. I don't know why. But you can use these same skills that we implore people to use when dealing with the stress to help them open up to the idea of coming to a group. Like, you're gonna get skills to deal with some of this stuff, right? I think that's a huge motivator. You're helping people understand that CBT helps not just with symptoms, it helps with your confidence, helps with your self-esteem, helps you feel more in control. It could also help, through talking through some of this, and talking through this with other people. It could help reduce some of the isolation you feel. And it could really cut away at some of the stigma, and I would say internalized stigma that a lot of our clients have, right? This belief that I cannot, this belief that I'm like this forever. So these strategies of normalizing CBT, normalizing psychosis, and using CBT to cut away at some of the stress can be really powerful. Next slide, please. Another kind of thing that we commonly say to folks when really using the strategy of normalizing, I believe we talked a little bit about it yesterday, is just broadening a little bit and saying, like, actually, this is a very physiological response that makes sense, right? Deprivation states. There's been a lot of research that suggests that anyone can actually experience an episode of psychosis, or a symptom related to psychosis, or have an experience that it involves a more psychotic state. They've seen that people in the military, for instance, that go days and days without sleeping, can actually start to hallucinate, actually will recall hallucinating after not sleeping for that long. Or people in very intense, elevated states of emotion really start to have what some would consider sub-threshold psychotic experiences. Trauma is just one thing that constantly brings up a host of different experiences, but there is a high comorbidity of experiencing an intense traumatic or even chronic traumatic experience and developing psychosis. I think we talked a little bit about that yesterday. Psychosis happens when substance use, it happens when there's bereavement, culturally relevant bereavement as well. A lot of people in cultures will talk about seeing their dead relatives in their house shortly after they died. Sleeping states, dreaming states, a lot of different medical conditions come with psychosis. So psychosis isn't something that's relegated to people with schizophrenia. It's an experience. Anyone could have that experience, right? Under the right circumstances, anyone could have that experience. But that's a really good kind of, I hate to use the word selling point, but a really good strategy in helping folks open up to the idea of talking through their psychosis. I'm going to pause there. Any questions, comments? Next slide, please. Just to check. Okay. All right. Got it. So we also, we spoke a little bit about this yesterday. When you are conveying and explaining CBT to new folks, to your clients, always come from a place of offering hope, recovery, recovery, recovery. Jeff spoke about this yesterday, but the more that you can be comfortable with the stress vulnerability model, again, that certain states put us in, make us more vulnerable to experiencing these things, these psychotic episodes. The more that you could say that, you don't really need to get into the etiology because we want to lead with their understanding. And it also opens up the door for more explanations, right? Sure, we know that psychosis comes from trauma or there's a biological component, but that's not it, right? So I would actually lean into what their understanding is of how it developed, if they have an understanding at all. You want to make sure that whatever you do, and if you're explaining to folks, just ask a ton of questions. Be open to alternative ways of thinking about this. Every belief is open, as we would say. Every belief is on the table, and we could actually start to shift people's thinking if we feel like it's a little bit detrimental. All right, next slide. Just kind of, you guys see it on the here, but rapport, is always, it's kind of most important. Being aligned with the individual's goals, therapeutic alliance. These are all techniques that we ask clinicians, not just clinicians, but team members to use in the groups. So you want to make sure that if you have somebody on board, that they're getting the same treatment in a group that they would get in individual sessions. So you're building rapport, you're aligning with their interests, you're using the CBT framework to understand their experiences, whether that's the ABC model, thought record, anything you could do to kind of get a really good sense of what they experience day to day and how symptoms evolve from their daily experiences. You're providing psychoed, you're doing some interventions related to testing out their beliefs, and then you're also just kind of imparting ways to help them develop their own internal kind of challenging some of their belief systems. So these are kind of key techniques that we ask anyone running a group to kind of keep in mind. Next slide. Be your own cognitive coach. I think this is just kind of I think a hallmark kind of notion that it really starts with you, right? So you're asking folks to do the work that we have to do that also for ourselves, right? So making sure that some of the stuff that you are learning about, you can internalize in your own ways. And these are some of the kind of key techniques that we help folks develop. Again, a lot of this is stuff that we went over yesterday. Next slide, please. Okay. We spend a little bit of time talking about kind of motivational interviewing, just because it's such an important aspect of getting people in groups, but also helping them stay motivated to endure these groups. So just some kind of key things to kind of think about, right? We're asking people to do something that they might not be ready to do, right? We're asking them to make changes in their life, sometimes life-altering changes, not just changes in their life, but it maybe even changes in the way they see themselves and see other people and see the world around them, right? We know that A, that's not an easy thing to do, but B, with that comes ambivalence. Just because I tell you that that there are alternative ways of thinking about the cameras that are in your home doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to buy into it. Just because I tell you that CBT can help you get towards recovery doesn't mean that you are already 100% on board. Ambivalence is part of the process. And it shows up in a lot of different ways. So we want to make sure that folks always have their eye on when someone is ambivalent, and B, tolerate the ambivalence, right? This last statement is really interesting because you never want to pull someone in a direction that they're not ready to be in, right? You want to tolerate and explore the ambivalence. This is not a wrestling match. It's more like a dance. The person goes left, we go left. They go right, we go right. If they're ambivalent, we explore that with them. Okay. So just really important is from an MI perspective to keep in mind. Next slide. And you can lean on if folks have been trained in MI. There's kind of some key things that key components that you can bring into the fold and helping people consider groups. I don't want to necessarily go through all of these, but the idea is you want to make sure that you are in line and in step where the person is, right? You're expressing empathy for their position. You're expressing empathy for what they are experiencing. You're validating their concerns. You're validating the stance that they're taking. You also are using kind of these specific techniques such as remaining open to what they are saying. You're asking open-ended questions. You're not really closing the door, telling them that they're wrong, or kind of positioning them in kind of an alternative, or not alternative, all or nothing stance. Like, you want to make sure that you are always open to what they're saying, even if it's something that you don't agree with. Someone might say, like, why do I need to come to a group? I don't have a mental illness. There's ways that you could respond to that. What is it? Sure. What do you think is what is it that you're experiencing, right? It sounds like having a mental illness isn't really catching it right. What do you think it is that you're experiencing, right? So really lean into those MI techniques. Next slide, please. Obviously, avoid arguing. We don't need to argue. That's our stuff, right? That's our stuff coming up. We don't need to get into that. Be open and available for the individual. I'll just kind of leave it at that. Next slide. Again, these are MI principles and techniques that you would incorporate, whether you're doing the treatment or trying to understand if someone is ready for treatment or wanting to go through the groups. I don't think we need to necessarily go through all of these, if that's okay, Mel. Okay. Quickly, some do's and don'ts. If you are finding yourself, you have folks that are amped up for the group, you're getting folks in, always important to remember that you want to make sure that there's an alliance, there's group cohesion. You might consider setting some group rules in terms of, I hate group rules, but comfort agreements is what we often call them. And that helps people to feel a little bit safe and more likely to be a more cohesive setting. You want to be very transparent about the goals and intentions of the group, as well as bring to light the goals of every individual attending the group. Groups have to be stable and consistent. So does the therapist. You want to make sure that you can consistently go to make sure that you have a consistent anchoring presence for all group members. Try to understand everyone in the group. Everyone has a perspective. Everyone's perspective deserves some space and time. So do your best in understanding them. When you are thinking about groups and thinking about the work you're doing with clients, it's always good to go for the thing that's the most distressing, right? And we're going to talk about kind of more from a structured standpoint, some of the topics, but always work on the most distressing beliefs. That's just a very key CBTp term. When you're thinking about all the different obstacles, go towards the things that's most distressing. You want to help the individual along the way develop compassion for themselves, build their confidence, lean into their personal medicines, the things that they know work for them, right? So we have maybe a menu of things that we could suggest, but really lean into the things that the individual knows. And that's going to come out in your groups, right? Like, what is it that works for you, right? What's your personal medicine? As with everything CBT, there is some kind of work that we ask folks to do outside of sessions. You know your clients best. What's the likelihood that they're able to do some of this work? But we do encourage you to think of different ways for them to internalize and move beyond just the 60 minutes of the group. How can they start to actually work on this stuff? So anything you can do to promote the mechanisms, to create mechanisms of like keeping the work from the group at the forefront will be beneficial. A few different don'ts. Again, you guys know this, right? Yes, we might have a specialization, we might be the providers, but that doesn't necessarily mean we are the expert in the individual's lives. They are the expert, right? The metaphor that often comes up is, they're driving the car, we're in the passenger seat holding the map, right, and helping them with every turn, right? So they are the experts. We have a shared dynamic of working together, right? Don't impose your views. Don't make it about you. Someone is expressing some views that substance views towards substances that you don't really gel with, that don't gel with your core values. Explore. Don't impose your own views on them. Obviously, you don't want to try to convince the person. That never goes anywhere. And in fact, folks end up doubling down on their convictions when challenged. Aim at psychotic symptoms at all costs. So this is a psychosis focused therapy modality. So you want to make sure that you're addressing those first and foremost. Don't but also be open to understanding other people's other stressors that might happen, right? So psychosis is the primary reason that the folks are there, but if someone's talking about problems sleeping or problems dating, like it's okay to pivot, right? We don't want to position people and reduce them to just their psychosis. Also, you don't want to dismiss beliefs as mere symptoms, right? Not everything is a symptom, right? The constant example is like aggression. Aggression is actually not a symptom of psychosis, right? Everybody has aggression, right? Or beliefs about being followed, like that doesn't necessarily mean it's a delusion, right? People are always followed. That's actually a very common thing that happens to people, right? So don't be overly dismissive and making assumptions. Applying CBT techniques at random, this kind of should make sense, right? It's a EBP, evidence-based practice, for a reason, right? That means that there's a rhyme and reason to it, and the more that we kind of take it out of its original form and just do it at random, the less effective it is. I don't talk too much, which I'm doing, I think, but the idea is, the space is for the participants, and we need to allow them the space to lead and dictate things. And I think this one's a Mel point. Don't miss consultation session. We know that you guys are busy, but we would be remiss if we say that it does make it hard when you're not able to attend these sessions, these follow-up consultations, because that's where the real work is. And let me pause there. Next slide. I think, Mel, this is where you take over.
Thank you. Thank you. Before doing that, are there any questions or comments anyone has so far? You want to use a chat box, or you can unmute yourself. So that is a lot of information in terms of what are we doing, what are we working with, what are we trying to avoid. What's really nice about the CBTP group protocol is is that you will be utilizing a workbook that brings you through everything that Steve went through. So I really want to look at how we're going to be using the workbook. Right now, y'all haven't been sent a physical workbook, but I believe that everyone has gotten a electronic PDF version, correct? But I can only see a couple faces. I'm gonna assume no. Okay. Well, it looks like that's a no. So y'all should have gotten an electronic PDF, but that's okay. I'm going to be sharing mine on the screen, but we're just going to go over how to use the workbook. So very much like we talked about yesterday, the idea of start and breaking down. Each session is going to have a very predictable formula. And so even like what I did today, we're going to start off with an agenda. First, we start, introductions, agenda setting. And when we actually get to the workbook itself, we really want to make sure that we're getting as many people in the group to be talking. So we're going to be asking for volunteers to read all of the information, all the either the top box, all the paragraphs. We're going to ask other volunteers to read additional text and questions. We're going to be modeling this as a group together. So if you're curious what that's going to look like, you're going to be doing it with me. So we'll see what that is. We want to make sure we're getting answers from everyone with affirmative statements. So even if someone doesn't want to answer the question, the idea of them saying pass is a valid answer, but it's still something that we want to hear them verbally say if possible. If for some reason being verbal is uncomfortable, maybe it's a shake of the head or like a no, but we're wanting to get an answer from everyone in the group, which is really why looking at the length of the group and looking at what we're going to be covering in each session is going to be really important. At the end of the group, we're going to do a review of what that looks like and to describe the home practice of what is going to be done in between this session and the next. This is a set formula that offers structure, safety, and group participation. For a lot of our people who experience psychosis, there's not a lot of structure perhaps in their lives. And perhaps you may have noticed the clients that you serve, there's not a lot of stability. So what we're offering here is something that they can predict, something that they know is going to happen each and every session. Even though the content might change, the structure is going to be there. And something that's predictable, that's a little bit more controllable, feels safer, which is going to increase group participation and engagement. So there are 24 sessions in this group protocol. And depending on how often you're going to be doing the group, I started off doing the group, it was a group once a week, which means that is 24 weeks. If you're doing it more than once a week, if you do group twice a week, that's going to be 12 weeks to get through the 24-week protocol. So just really quickly going through them, there are 4 modules. Each module has 6 sessions, and we'll be going through the majority of all of them today, but focusing on the first 2. We'll focus on the next 2 for the consult sessions. But we're going to be starting off with the stress module, or the S. We'll be leaning into testing beliefs modules, the T module. We'll be looking at drugs, alcohol, and how I feel in the D module. And then coping and competence in the C module. And then in C6, we'll be ending. That'll be our final session. There is an alternative 16 sessions for inpatient. I bring this up here. I understand that this is not an inpatient setting, but depending on what PACT may look like, we can discuss if it would be more helpful to do a 16 session alternative. Depending on what your groups look like, if you do have a regular engagement, I always lean towards doing 24 weeks if possible. The reason why inpatient in particular has a 16 session alternative is because generally people are discharged from inpatient a lot quicker than one would have if you are going out in the community or doing outpatient work. So this could be an alternative, but for the most part, we do like to keep it the full 24-week protocol. And then this is just what it would look like in terms of that alternative, which ones we would be paring it down on. So really quickly, I want to go over S1, the first session together through slides. Then we'll take a 5-minute break before we start diving into the rest of the S module. The reason why I'm utilizing S1 with slides and then with the rest of the sessions, we're going to be using the workbook and going through the workbook together as a group is because a lot of people sleep on the first one. Meaning they look at it and they're like, oh, we're just doing introductions and we're asking some fun questions like, what's your favorite band? Or what do you like to eat? And a lot of people think, well, I'll just, do that really quickly or someone else can do that. It's not that big of a deal. Rapport and engagement are the first things in CBT really, but also specific to CBTP that we really want to make sure that we are focusing on. So S1 is really important. Even though it may not look like we're doing a lot, we're doing a lot in the first session as clinicians. We have 3 main goals that we are working with, even though the content itself might seem quite benign or very low risk. So what we're trying to do is we're introducing group structure and the purpose of the group itself. We're facilitating comfort, we're adding rapport, we're really modeling the group process and educating our participants what that process is going to look like from the first session onward. And we're also establishing a baseline for measuring change. So we're going to be doing assessment in S1 as well. So how we're going to meet these goals is, 1, we're going to collaboratively establish comfort agreements, as we talked about a little bit earlier and also yesterday. In terms of facilitating rapport, we're going to do icebreaker activity. This could be, a group Mad Libs. It could be one positive quality. If you could choose any animal, it would be and why. And then also we're going to be doing an in-session administration of the choice short form, which we will go over in terms of how to administer. So again, a lot of people think of like, okay, we're doing icebreakers, we're playing games. And really we're working on the engagement, we're working on the rapport of the group itself and establishing that this is a place where we can be comfortable and safe together. So having some fun in there is really important. Also introducing that structure. So the structure I like to do for perfect, Whitney. Thank you so much. Whitney just put in the chat that the electronic PDF version of the workbook is on the dashboard. If you're not able to see that, the workbook she just put in the chat. Oh, you also put the slides as well. Whitney, you are amazing. So if you want to look at the slides, you have that there, and then we'll be going through the workbook together after our break, after going through S1. So after introductions, I usually like to start off with an introduction in terms of name, pronouns, and then an icebreaker. And I like the icebreaker to be silly. Some things might be, if you could be any fruit or vegetable, what would you be? Like, it doesn't really need to be something serious, but the idea of something kind of fun, something a little out of pocket in that way. Or another one I like to use is, if you could identify with any of the 7 dwarfs with how you're feeling right now, who would you pick? And then I would list them off. Once we have that, the idea of establishing comfort agreements is going to be really important. Now, this is something that we did as a group yesterday. We have some new people today. So the idea of a comfort agreement, rather than saying group rules, a comfort agreement is what do we as a group want to create as our ways of keeping this be a safe place. So some of the ones that we might create might be, confidentiality. What's said here stays here. So if someone is talking about so-and-so, Stephen maybe is sharing something, Jeff is not going to go outside of group and tell other people, hey, Stephen Smith said such and such at our group yesterday. We want to make sure that this is a confidential group. Some other things that we might add. What are some other comfort agreements you might want in your group? You said a few yesterday. What might you use as a comfort agreement in your group to make sure that it's a safe space? Maribel put in the chat, respect others when they are speaking. Absolutely. No side chat. Yes. I like to try and do positive statements. So I like the no side chat. I usually like to say, one conversation at a time. So one person speaking at a time. Using I statements, that's a great one. I like that one. It is quite all right, Sarah. Saying no is not bad. It's not wrong. I just like to try and have more of a positive spin on the comfort agreements rather than, no, don't do this, don't do that. Kind of makes it feels like rules versus what do we want to do here? Yeah, being respectful, keeping confidentiality. Along with the respect, I like the peer that I worked with, don't yuck my yum. The idea that we all have different beliefs, we all have different interests and dislikes. That's going to happen. We can disagree respectfully, but don't yuck my yum.
Mel, you might get to this, so pause me if but I think you've talked about in the past during this about having every participant in the group have ownership of the group. Would that be part of the comfort agreement, or would that be something later you'll talk about?
No, that is definitely part of the comfort agreement, and that's the reason why we want to ask them. What we want to have some for ourselves that we want to make sure are on there, but we want to make the idea that the clients are the ones who are coming up with these comfort agreements. We are at 10:20. How about if we do take about a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back and we're going to go over the choice short form and then dive into the workbook. So we'll take 5 minutes, cut back at 10:25. And again, just throwing out there, this is a bit of a marathon training session, so please feel free to take care of yourselves as needed. If you need to turn off your video and go for a restroom break or get another refill of your drink or grab a snack, please do you. I'm going to make sure that you are comfortable and taking care of yourself throughout all this. Just really quickly wrapping up comfort agreements. One thing that I also like to do is, as the group themselves are offering different comfort agreements, I like to write them down either on a whiteboard that's behind me or get like poster paper, something where they can see them for the the whole group, and then I keep that. If it's a whiteboard, I take a picture and I rewrite it every session. If it's poster, then either I carry it with me and I put it back up after every session, or if it's a a regular meeting room, if you're allowed to keep up the poster, it stays there. But the idea that this is something that they can visually see that we as a group have created, and it can be referred back to. So if there's something in particular that's going to be helpful with in your setting or with your group, you want to make sure that that is on your comfort agreement. If it's safety or whatever that may look like. Share my screen real quick. So in S1, we have introduced ourselves, we've done a fun icebreaker, we've created our comfort agreements, and then we spend the rest of the session going through questions. The idea of what are your interests? And there are some suggestions in S1 in the actual workbook, which Stephen and Whitney have put in the chat. So you can open up the PDF or you can click on the link that Stephen just put in for the dashboard. And going through that, just the idea of getting to know everyone and each other. Usually what I like to do is, an example of, maybe what's your favorite musician or band? Have some answers for yourself. And then I usually go first and I give an answer, and then I go around the circle and everyone answers. And if someone's not sure, we can always say you have the option of saying pass. But really trying to make sure everyone says something, including yourself and your co-facilitator, because we are part of the group. And while this is not our therapy, we do want to make sure that we're modeling participation and engagement. So whenever we're asking someone to do something in the group, we are also doing it, just at a lower level. So we're not going to be digging deep into our own stuff, but we do still want to be sharing as appropriate and needed. Now, once we've gone through all the questions, if you find that maybe there aren't enough questions, you can always add a few more. Again, these are to be lighthearted, they're to be fun. For some cultural considerations, you could add additional questions like, where were you born? Or, what was your favorite food growing up? Or is there a food that, your family makes that's always comfortable or comforting to think of? So you can add or adapt these questions a little bit if you would like. But once we have completed that and we're getting towards the end of the session, we want to make sure that we have enough time, about 15 or so minutes, that we are going over the choice short form. And the choice short form is going over outcomes of each of the participants within CBT for psychosis. So it was developed collaboratively as an outcome measure for CBTP in particular by mental health professionals and service users. And it measures the participants' self-perceptions of their own coping skills and their own capabilities. So they are filling this out themselves. We want to administer this twice, once in the very first session at S1, and the second time at the very end in C6. Administration time is about 5-ish minutes. There's only about 11, 12 items for people to answer. Depending on the functioning level of your group or your individuals, you and the co-facilitator might need to assist them in some way in terms of helping them with the questions. But for the most part, if people can fill them out, that would be helpful. This is not something that we're going to be sharing in the group, so this is anonymous, so they can answer as openly and honestly as they can. And a way that we could perhaps introduce the choice, because we want to make sure that we're giving rationale, is the idea of, here's an example that you could use, but again, using this in your own words, but a potential rationale might be, the choice is a measure that was co-designed by CBT service users like you and CBT therapists like me. The choice is designed to get at whether, over the course of this group, you're starting to feel less distressed, more fulfilled, better able to cope with stress and solve day-to-day problems. There's no right or wrong way to answer. I'll read the instructions out loud and answer any questions you have. Then I'll read each question out loud and give you time to circle your response. We're going to be looking at how your score changes from the beginning of the group to the end of the group. So in this example, what I have done before is sometimes I've read out each of the measures and had people circle, or they can read it on their own. What's also really helpful is just letting clients know that this is helpful to the group overall, and that this is, while anonymous, it adds to the data that this group is assisting people in lowering the stress. And if there is anything that perhaps could be helpful for the next group, their answers are going to do that. If you are not doing an in-person group, but you're doing a telehealth group, My first CBTP group was over telehealth, over Zoom. And we met for the full 24 sessions. So I had clients write their answers in a Word document, and then they emailed those answers to me. So this also is looking at the idea that clients have technology, that they are technologically able to do that. If not, then perhaps maybe they are able to send their messages in a private message. But we can really look at where your groups are going to be and what that's going to look like. I'm going to end this here. So that is S1. Does anyone have any questions about what we're doing in S1, what that looks like? Okay. It's really funny, you know, if you'd like to open up the workbook, I'm gonna open it up on my end and share my screen so you'll be able to see it with me anyway. Once you see S1, you're like, huh, there's not a lot there, which is why I really want to make sure and belabor, you know, through these slides, what we're doing and the importance of it. And as we set the structure, that is something that we do each and every session for the following 23 sessions, really to create that security and that predictability. So I'm going to share my screen and we are going to jump into the workbook, which is what we're going to be doing for the rest of today. All right. This is the front page of it, an introduction, and then the idea of module 1, stress, how it affects me. What I like to do is I might read out this in terms of what are the goals, what we're looking at in terms of the following objectives, and then we start off with S1. Again, I would ask for a volunteer to read this first paragraph, S1, introducing ourselves, and then you can see there's only really a few questions. Who's your favorite musician or band? What do you like to do? What are your interests? Name a quality you have that others appreciate. What are you good at? I read this generally, the idea that now the discussion is over, let's take a moment to ourselves to complete a brief rating scale for choice that can help you identify personal strengths and areas of growth. And we'll be working on many of these areas together in the coming weeks. The scale's on the next page. And this is what the choice short form looks like. You can print these out for individuals, but as you might see, they are rating themselves. The ability to approach problems in a variety of ways. How would you rate yourself for this? Self-confidence, positive ways of relating to people. Some others might be peace of mind, understanding myself and my past, positive ways of thinking. And then the 12th one is looking at a personal goal that you would like to achieve in therapy. What is something that you were hoping to do throughout this group? So continuing with S2, I'm going to be utilizing this like we would a group. So S2 is looking at stress. Could I get a volunteer to read that first paragraph, starting with today's activity? Oh, thanks, Brett.
So this says, today's activity will help us understand what stress is and how it can change the way we feel and think. After discussing the possible effects of stress on our bodies, our minds, and our emotions, we will discuss with each other the most common effects of stress in our daily life.
Perfect. Thank you. Could I get another volunteer to read defining stress? Yeah, Donna.
I can. Oh.
How about Donna? Could you read this one? And Becky, I'll ask you for the next one if that's okay.
Stress is what we feel when life events push us out of our comfort zone. Short-term stress can be a good thing. For example, when it motivates us to get important things done, but long-term stress can be a problem for our health and well-being. Both short and long-term stress affect on our bodies, minds, and emotions, and it can be useful to identify our stress-related patterns. It is also important to remember that stressful life events can be positive or negative. For example, both upsetting events like a divorce or losing housing and exciting new opportunities such as a new relationship or receiving money can push us outside of our comfort zone and cause stress.
Thank you, Donna. So as we can already see, just as in this modeling, I'm not doing a lot of talking. It's the group who is telling us what we're doing. And with them reading it out, one, I'm sure some of you are hopefully a little bit more alert, because if no one is volunteering, I might call on one of you. Same thing with the group. What's also really nice here is that we are defining stress so that we're all on the same page. And we're really looking at stress as anything that pushes us outside our comfort zone. This could be positive things, it could be negative things in terms of what we subjectively think as positive or negative, but any of those are considered stressful. So with the S module with stress, we're not looking at insight in terms of your diagnosis and symptoms. We're not looking at, can you come knowing, that your hallucinations are that, or that you're hearing voices. We're looking at, can we reduce your stress level? And with the cognitive triangle, if we are lowering emotions or working on different actions, it's going to affect the others in that triangle, as far as our thoughts, emotions, and actions being interrelated. Let's see, Becky, could you read stressful events?
Stressful events push us out of our comfort zones, and different people have different comfort zones. For that reason, the same event can have a completely different meaning or importance for two different people. For example, going to the grocery store can be very stressful for one person and not at all stressful for another person.
Thank you, Becky. So what we have done is we've set up what today's activity is. We've done some psychoeducation in terms of definitions and what stress looks like, what a stressful event could look like, and how it is individual for every person. And now the activity is, we want to name a stressful event for you that has occurred this week. When reading this, I say, if it's very stressful and it's going to maybe put you over the edge, it's going to be a little too hot, maybe don't put that, but maybe add, anything that was slightly stressful for you that you're open to sharing in the group. After giving a little bit of time of going over the stressful event, we're going to be looking at the effects of stress. So as a group, let's discuss our stressful event and identify the most common effects of stress in our lives. So again, we can go around and talk about what was your stressful event, or if you'd like, you could say, just pick a stressful event. You don't need to share it, or we're going to be looking at how that stressful event may have affected you. And in this, I like going over this as a group, the effects of. So how I do this is, rather than having everyone fill this out, checking off the boxes, is I would give the handout to people so they can check it off and keep a record for themselves. But what I also like to do is have us all answer together. So I'm going to stop sharing real quickly. And if you have cameras, if you could have them on. So I'm going to just use this first one as an example. So the effects of stress on your body. Look at these possible physical effects of stress and check the most frequent ones you have experienced. So I'm going to read out this list of effects of stress, and if you experience this symptom when you're feeling stressed, just raise your hand here, if you're comfortable doing so. My heartbeat is faster. Oh, I'm not alone there. Okay, great. I can't fall asleep. I wake up often during the night. I sleep too much, more than usual. I feel tired. I feel weak. I sweat more than usual. My voice trembles. I feel sick, nausea, or I throw up. I am not hungry. I can't stop eating. What we're doing right now is we are creating group cohesion, and we are also normalizing symptoms of stress. You know, even if if someone else raised their hand and they're the only one, I might raise my hand just so they're not the only one. But the idea of, oh, okay, I'm not alone. Okay, great, thank you. And, as we can see each other here, we all experience a lot of the same things. Now, there are certain things that I don't experience when I'm feeling stressed, but there are multiple other people who do. So we're also normalizing the experience that people have different symptoms of stress, and that's okay too. I go through the whole list, and we are going to look at, as a group, we look at the effects of stress in the body, going through this as a group. And I think everyone going through the effects of stress in your mind. So now we're looking at cognitive symptoms. So maybe my ideas speed up. I feel trapped. I don't know what to think. I have doubts. I can't remember anything. I can't get rid of a thought. It might be I can't concentrate. I can't organize my thoughts. I'm too excited and I can't clear up my mind. And then C, looking at the effects of stress on your emotions. So we're really looking at that cognitive model, the idea of the triangle. What is stress doing to our body? Maybe some behaviors, what's our mind, our thoughts and cognition, and then our emotions. I feel afraid. I feel like hiding, isolating myself from everyone. I feel responsible for a situation I didn't cause. I feel discouraged. I want everything to stop. I am angry. I want to hurt someone. I feel guilty. I don't trust myself. I feel I am losing control of myself. And again, I'm reading each of these out one aloud, and everyone is raising their hand if this is something that they experience, either when they're feeling stressed or in particular during that stressful event that they wrote out in that example. So at the end of this, it's really important, the idea of really laying on that stress is anything that pushes us outside our comfort zone. And as we've all just seen together, that a lot of the things that maybe we thought were our own symptoms of stress, that were just us alone, really we're not alone. So we're reducing isolation here for our group, and we are not just building rapport and engagement with them as a clinician and participant, but also as a group together, where they can see other people in the group are similar to me. I'm not alone. There's other people like me here. In these dark boxes at the end, we like to look at home practice. So you can decide which one you want to do, if not both. So it could be a try it out. It's important to put ideas and techniques into practice to make them personally meaningful for each of us. So we're going to do a skills practice of filling out the effects of stress sheet this week in response to a stressful event. So this could be giving out this as an additional handout if you haven't done so already. And for the next week, for them to look at what was a stressful event that happened and what did they experience in terms of physical, cognitive, and emotional effects based on that event that they experienced that week, and then bring it in the next week. We just went through it all, so we modeled what that looks like. After we explain it, we want to check in to see if there's any confusion or question about what they'll be doing. And then I like to end each session with the idea of what I wish to remember. So that might be, I want to remember that when I'm feeling stressed, sometimes I isolate. Or I want to remember sometimes when I'm feeling stressed, and I don't know what to think, I'm not the only one who has that experience. But we want to start, and then we go around the circle where everyone says something they wish to remember from about today. Any questions about S2? Or any comments about what we're doing here? All right, let's move on to S3. What do I consider stressful? Could I get a volunteer to read this first paragraph, starting off with stressful events? Yeah, Maribel? Oh, you just muted yourself.
Sorry, there you go.
Not a problem.
Stressful events happen all the time, but everyone reacts differently depending on the specific situation. Today, we will focus on what is personally stressful for each and every one of us.
Thank you, Maribel. So for each session, again, the structure is the same. So we've started off with introductions, we've done the icebreaker, we've reviewed the comfort agreements, and now we're diving into, well, because we had home practice, we're going over the home practice in terms of who filled out the sheet from S2. What was that like for you? Is anyone interested in sharing their stressful event and what effects of stress that looked like? Now we're moving into S3. What do I consider stressful? So we're kind of moving it along. We've looked at what does stress do to my body, my mind, and my emotions. Now I'm going to look at what specifically is stressful for me. So below are 5 different fill-in-the-blank sentences to help generate examples of situations that cause stress physically, mentally, and emotionally. Use these sentences to help think of 5 situations that might be stressful for you. These situations can be related to people, places, or events. I like to go through these 5 questions because for some individuals who read these, they seem to be very much the same. I see them differently, but perhaps that is me, and it could be that, maybe some different wording could be helpful. But the way that I like to describe them is 1, I feel stress when X happens, or someone does something, just an event. So I feel stress when I'm running late to an appointment. The second one is, for me, it is stressful to do something. It is stressful for me to go grocery shopping, to drive in rush hour traffic. It's stressful for me to go to an event where I don't know anyone alone. For the third one, I know I get stressed out if something happens. I know I get stressed out if, and then you have another event. 4, we're looking at, though it doesn't happen often, this can cause stress for me. So things that perhaps people might not think of all the time, but something that they can, look in the past and realize that did cause stress. So that might be, though this doesn't happen often, this can cause stress for me when my family fights. Doesn't happen often, but when it does, it's stressful. And then the 5th one, not at first, but in the long run, it becomes stressful for me to blank. Multitask, perhaps I might answer. So we're looking at maybe certain things might not be stressful to people, but if you keep doing it, it could become stressful. We're breaking down different events in different areas so that our participants can really take a look at their own lives and look at predicting what is stressful to them and when that might occur. After giving everyone enough time to fill these out, I like to go around the circle one at a time. And again, as facilitator and co-facilitator, we are part of the group, so we are also filling these out. We also want to fill them out in an appropriate way. I don't want to be putting anything, too explicitive or, trauma-inducing, but the idea of multitasking, if I'm late to an appointment, something that's relatable, but also something that is real for you. So I might say, well, number 1, I feel stressed when I answer it, and then I go around the circle. Number 2, for me, it is stressful to, I'll answer it, and then I might go the other way. And I kind of say it out loud, like, I'm not going to make you go first each time, let's go this way. And then 3rd one, go around the circle. 4th one, around the circle, and so on. For the next part of S3, we are creating a stress level together. So this is a common way of speaking. So we're going over, levels of stress and what that can look like. So with level 0, feeling good, no stress, all the way up to level 7, which is panic. It's physically painful. I feel panicked. I think I'm losing my mind. I'm afraid of dying. I can't control myself. I just realized in chat there is a question here. Are clients supposed to answer with reality-based responses, i.e., I feel stressed when I go to the grocery store? Or is it okay for them to also respond with delusion-based content? I feel stressed when Joe Biden keeps harassing me through the mail. Do we just roll with what the client brings to the table, or are we trying to guide responses to be more grounded? We are looking at whatever stresses them out. So if Joe Biden harassing them is their belief, and that is stressful, that is real for them. So that goes into whatever that may be. Though it doesn't happen often, this can cause stress for me when Joe Biden harasses me. So we are not trying to give any push. We're not trying to ground. All we're doing is some psychoeducation around stress and what does it look like. And in fact, if someone starts talking about anything that might be an experience of psychosis, that's even better, because what they're doing is they are labeling either a delusion or a hallucination potentially that is stressful for them, and they are recognizing that. So I wouldn't touch that at all. I would just say, like, thank you for sharing. That sounds stressful. Where I'm not colluding with them, where it's like, yes, it is stressful when Joe Biden harasses you, isn't it? But I'm also not, causing a conflict of, okay, well, Joe Biden doesn't harass you. How about something a little bit different that happens in day-to-day life? So we just want to kind of ride this sort of collaboration fence, which is a very interesting balance where we're not colluding and we're not causing conflict. David, I know we're talking about groups. However, can we tailor these worksheet sessions for individual therapy? There is if you're looking to do CBTP with individuals, we do have a step 3 track to do that.
Step 1, Mel, sorry.
Huh?
Yeah, so it would be our low intensity approach that we use for our individual ones. For this material, what's the woman of the name of the woman that developed this? I'm spacing her name right now. I apologize.
Oh yeah,
she was
Tanya
very,
LeCompte.
yeah, she was very explicit about that. This material really was designed for groups. So we want to use our low intensity approaches when we're working with individuals and keep this material specifically for our group work. Just in terms of taking that evidence-based practice approach, this is what we use for the groups. Great question.
Yeah. If you do have a master's or higher, step 3 is an intensive individual where you have a lot more skill building and a lot more structure to the treatment of CBTP for the individual. So, but otherwise, yes, step 1. Otherwise, this is a full-on protocol for group. So after going through, reading throughout the stress levels, depending on time, I might read these out just myself, or if I have enough time, I might ask for, a volunteer. Can we go around the circle and read each one? So maybe it starts off with Jeff reading level 0, and then we just kind of go around level 1, 2, 3, all the way to 7. And so after that, the idea of giving rationale of what the stress level is doing, which is it's creating a language for all of us to use. So for example, if I'm experiencing stress, what level would I put that at? And then I might use the previous as an example. So let's choose 1 through 5, and we can share what level that is for us. So let's say for me, number 5, not at first, but in the long run, it becomes stressful for me to multitask. For me, multitasking, depending on where I am and how many things I'm juggling, that might be a level 3, or it could be a 4 for me. And the next person, which one do you want to choose? And what level does that look like for you? So we're combining the previous session in terms of the effects. We're giving a language on what level that effect might be. And when we're assigning those on particular stressful events of what that looks like and what that occurs. After we complete that, the idea of skills practice, fill out the stress level sheet this week. So again, stress level, what we're going to be doing is when there is a stressful event, we want to write down the stressful event, and then we want to put what level was I feeling during a stressful event? Where was I at stress-wise? 0 to 7. And this isn't just a one and done. This is now something that I like to include in the introduction in terms of in the beginning. So we're now adding something different. Now, when we end the session of what I wish to remember, and it might be, I want to remember that multitasking stresses me out if I do it for too long. And then we go around the circle. What does everyone wish to remember? Any questions about S3 or what we're doing here? All right. Now, just a quick check-in. The reason why I'm going through each of these individually is that each session has its own particular flavor and really looking at the rationale behind it. And rather than just saying, the S modules are about stress, go ahead. Having some of the background history of what you're doing and why you're doing it is really helpful and important. It's also a reason why the purple book by Tanya LeCompte is also really helpful. So if you are starting a group and you're like, I remember that S1 was really important, but I can't remember what Mel said, and I'm looking at these questions and they're just looking at activities of interest. You can go through the purple book and specifically look at S1, and it'll tell you what the objectives are. You know, was the rationale behind those objectives? What are you aiming to do in session 1, and why is that going to be helpful for you? So with S4, we're starting to look at, individuals' experience with mental health care in the past. So this is 4 weeks together if you're meeting once a week. We're not pushing on, extreme, answers in terms of looking at, let's share everything, or if something was really traumatic, like let's give all the details. But what we're doing is we're just starting to talk about, hinting around what has happened in the past. Could I get a volunteer to read this first paragraph when we take the time?
I'll volunteer.
Thanks, Jeff.
When we take the time to better understand ourselves, it becomes easier to deal with stress and to find ways to feel better. Each of us here is at a different point in our mental health treatment, and each of us has a lot to offer based on our life experiences. Today's group will focus on the events that brought you into contact with mental health treatment, your beliefs about those experiences, and how you felt about the treatment you received.
Thanks, Jeff. So, in this next paragraph, we want to think about the first time you were hospitalized for mental health reasons, or the first time that you consulted with someone concerning disturbing thoughts or experiences. Try to recall how you felt at the time and how things have changed for you. So question 1 that we're going to look at, what was going on in your life during the first time you received mental health treatment? Were you stressed? Were you experiencing things you've never been through before? So what I like to do here is go through the questions one at a time. And if people are open to answering, we're going around the circle. And just kind of like as Jeff read it and as I read it, what we're doing is we are normalizing mental health treatment. We're normalizing hospitalizations, even though for people, this could be a little bit riskier. So we do want to recognize that. We do want to make sure we're keeping an eye on people. And if for some reason there is someone who might be, amping up, or you're noticing someone getting agitated, this is why having two facilitators is really helpful. So the co-facilitator can check in with that person while the lead facilitator for that session can continue on with the material. So we want to make sure we are heading off things before, as I like to say, it gets too hot, before people get too agitated, overflow. But we also don't want to shy away from this material. By shying away, we are modeling avoidance. We're modeling that this is something to be secretive about. And yet here in the group, we're being open, honest about what this looks like. This is not something, I would say leave it up to you, but I don't really have a lot of experience here. So I don't do this in terms of answering these questions. I might start with the person on my left or my right, and then I go around the circle. So self-disclosure here may not be as appropriate as the clinician or facilitator of the group, unless you are comfortable doing so and you do it at a minimal level. Try not to be talking about things that maybe were overly traumatic, even though that might be the case for you. So not to minimize your own experience, but we don't want to take over the group with our experience.
Mel, quick question.
Yes.
If a peer's, maybe co-facilitating or being part of the group, can you talk a little bit about their role in that a little bit?
Oh my gosh, I was just gonna say that. You're right on cue. The first few groups I did, I worked with a peer, and it was a fantastic collaboration where she had some experience with psychosis, and she had a diagnosis of a personality disorder. She was very open about being diagnosed with borderline personality disorder and the work that she did to overcome that. And so, she did have some self-disclosure here about being hospitalized when she had an episode of psychosis. And it was really impactful. I thought it was really helpful that she was able to do that. And she did so in a very professional, minimal way, where she talked about, this is what I was hospitalized. I was experiencing fear, anxiety, confusion. I wasn't sure what to doing, but she didn't really go into a lot of details of it. So it was engaged, but it wasn't, she didn't take over. But it was really helpful in assisting other people to have that discussion as well. I've done this group where it was me and another clinician, so we didn't have life experience in this. And I've still had people talk about their experiences here. Generally at this point, even though it's only been 4 sessions, people are usually open to talking about their experiences because of the safety container that we have created so far. And if people are not comfortable, I am more than open to someone saying pass. We're just getting a verbal answer, even if that is, not me. I still thank them for saying that, and I move to the next person. So question 2, we're looking at what details do you recall about what you were thinking, seeing, or hearing at that time that were relevant to your mental health treatment. So with 1, we're really looking at the life around that time. So we're bringing awareness to any potential triggers. We're also looking at any potential first episodes if they have memory of that. And, if they haven't already, maybe putting 2 and 2 together. The idea of like, oh yeah, I was using methamphetamine and I was homeless, and I wasn't sleeping very much, and then I was, experiencing this, and then I was hospitalized. Huh, that was a crazy time. So with 2, we're looking at, what are other details in terms of what were you thinking, seeing, and hearing? So now we're at, a little bit more specific. What were you experiencing at that time? 3, how did you feel about the mental health treatment? 3 is a popular one. People want to tell you what they really think about the mental health treatment that they got. Hopefully, some people will say that, they had a positive first experience, or that they felt like they were really listened to or heard. A lot of times people might share the idea of it was traumatic, it was awful, I wasn't listened to, I was detained, and the idea of validating and compassionately hearing their responses is going to be really helpful here. Also, the idea that they may not be alone in this. Other people might have similar experiences. With some of these questions, particularly in S4, I like to do what's I was told is called weaving in groups, which is just kind of grabbing names. Let's say Andre was saying, yeah, my family had me involuntarily committed an inpatient, and I hated it, and I was stuck there and I couldn't leave. Maybe Jeff is nodding. After Andrew is sharing and I thank him for sharing, I might say like, hey, Jeff, I noticed that you were nodding. Did you have a similar experience? What did that look like? And so rather than perhaps going in a circle, I am pulling people's experiences up. You've also had this, or has anyone else had that experience where they were involuntarily detained? Could you relate to what Andrew was saying? So we're normalizing, we're also reducing the isolation and stigma, and we are connecting people with other people in the group. If no one says that they can connect with Andre, or like no one is shaking their head in the affirmative, I would thank Andre for a share and might say, like, I've heard that before from other clients as well. I really appreciate you sharing that with the group. How about you, Jeff? What does this look like for you? How did you answer the question? After making sure that everyone has spoken, which is a little bit more difficult if you're weaving because you don't want to leave anyone out. Moving to 4, do you still hear, see, or believe the things you experienced when you first received treatment? We are not pushing back on any delusions or hallucinations. We're just gently asking, when you were, first received treatment, whether that was voluntary or not, what did that look like? So in 3, do you still experience that? What does that look like? And 5, what's your understanding of what you were thinking, seeing, or hearing at the time? How do you explain it? Some people might say, I was chosen by God. This is my mission in life. Other people might say, I have a mental illness, or I have, my brain chemistry is off, which is why I take meds. So we're just trying to get their understanding of what does that look like. And that also gives us a bit of a baseline of who is in our group and where is their insight level. We're not trying to change their insight. We're just trying to assess individually in the group, what does that look like for each person? Now, number 6, how do you feel now about mental health treatment? This is also really important to assess. If someone says, I don't trust mental health treatment, and they themselves are in a group, a mental health group with you right now, that's really great data for you. That they might have a little bit more difficulty with trusting what's happening here. Or the fact that they're sharing that in this group means that you are, having some success in creating a safe environment for them to be distrustful and still share in a mental health group. So after going through these 6 questions, having conversation, having debate, again, I try and talk as little as I can. I really want to make sure that the conversation is happening with individuals if I can link it. If clients start talking among themselves, that's a fantastic thing. I keep an eye on the conversation. I am like fully facilitating. And if it gets a little bit off topic, I try and pull it back. Or if it gets a little bit inappropriate, I definitely try and pull it back. But if people are talking about their experiences around mental health treatment and they're sharing, I don't want to touch that, because that is what we're here. We're trying to get talking and awareness. We're trying to lower stigma and isolation and increase connectedness with others. So at the end of all of this, let's review what was said, what we wish to remember, and why it's important to make sense of experiences. What do I wish to remember? Even though I might not have any shares here, I still want to express something that I wish to remember. Maybe it's something that someone said, or the idea of, I really want to remember that Andre and Jeff had similar experiences, and that, you know, maybe if I'm feeling I'm alone in something, someone else could be having a similar experience to me like they did. So even though I didn't share anything, I can still pull something from the group of what they shared to model. I'm wanting to take something from this session. Home practice, in terms of what we're going to be trying out. We're going to be completing, again, my stress level and the effects of stress together in reference to a stressful event. So now we're combining those. So looking at, in the next week, if there's a stressful event, you know, what stress level were you at during the event? And then what were the effects on your body, your mind, and your emotions? And then bring that to the next session. Any questions about what we did in S4? All right. S5, the stress bucket. So for those of you who were here yesterday, this is review. For those of you who are not, we'll catch you up. So continuing the topic of stress, we are now, you know, with S5, we're doing our introduction, our icebreaker. We might even ask during the introduction, you know, what stress level you're at right now, just to kind of keep that being a practice in terms of communication. You know, someone's like, oh yeah, I'm doing okay, I'm at a 6. You know, I might refer back to the stress level. I'm like, wow, 6 is really high. 6 is all of this. Are you at a 6? Because you seem really calm to me. They're like, no, maybe I'm at a 3. I'm like, okay, you're at a 3. Thanks for letting me know. If you get higher than a 3, check in with one of us so that way we can support you. So we're still doing that. We're still reviewing comfort agreements, home practice. And then the new material on S5 is the stress bucket. I'll read this first one. We've talked a lot about stress and how it can impact you. One way of understanding how stress affects you as well as other people is with a visual aid called the stress bucket. So what is the stress bucket? Could I get a volunteer to read this first paragraph, starting off with the stress bucket?
I can do it.
Thank you.
The stress bucket involves several different parts, all of which help explain your unique experiences with stress. The bucket represents a person's capacity to hold stress, something we will sometimes call their vulnerability. The amount of stress someone is experiencing can be seen as the water flowing into the bucket. Everyone's vulnerability, or bucket, and stress, or water, are different.
Thanks, Jessica. So we are very subtly introducing the stress vulnerability model here. We're not so subtly, but we're not going and saying like, here's the model, but we are offering the stress bucket as the model and really introducing that everyone's vulnerability to their bucket is going to be different in terms of different sizes, and that the stress, the water that's flowing in is going to be different for each person. Could I get another volunteer to read this second paragraph, the size of the bucket?
I got it, Mel.
Thanks, Andre.
The size of the bucket for someone's vulnerability can also be understood as someone's ability to manage stress at one time. The size of the bucket is largely determined by genetic and biological factors. For example, using a physical example, imagine going suntanning. Some people can spend hours in the sun and tan very well. They have a large bucket to respond to the sun's rays. Others can spend only a few minutes in the sun before getting a sunburn. They have a small bucket. Water, or the stress we face, is flowing into the bucket from a number of different sources. For example, one source may be family related, another may be lack of housing.
Thanks, Andre. So now we've gone over the biological and genetic factors in terms of what vulnerability is and how it can be different for every person, depending on what that may look like for them. Really quickly, again, I would have each person read these paragraphs, so we're really keeping the group involved. But I might also pick a paragraph to read myself. So how does the stress bucket affect us? When the bucket overflows because of too much stress, problems and symptoms can arise. Think about what it feels like when you're experiencing a lot of stress. What do you notice? Do you have experiences like hearing a lot of voices, feeling depressed, or difficulty sleeping or relaxing? Do you notice physical problems like stomach aches or changes in your mood, like feeling sad, anxious, or fearful? What else do you notice when your stress is getting worse? So, one, we're looking at, again, more awareness around stress. And you may have noticed we slid in an experience of psychosis here. You know, we talked about physical, mental, and emotional effects of stress, and we also talked about hearing voices, which we have not touched on yet, unless someone else perhaps has brought it up themselves. We're introducing the idea that these experiences are related to stress. What can we do to keep our stress bucket from overflowing? Luckily, there are ways of managing stress through what we call coping skills. The holes and faucets in the bucket represent these coping skills, and they allow you to manage the amount of water, stress in the bucket in a variety of ways. One, you can lower the number of stressors and slow the flow of water into the bucket. This can be helpful to rate each stressor on a scale of 1 to 10 to see which is pouring the most water into the bucket. One example of this coping skill might be reducing your workload. You can improve methods of managing stress by using the skills and coping strategies you've learned, or by getting social support from friends or family. These are like faucets or the spigots in the bucket that release water from the bucket. It's important to remember that some strategies that take water out of the bucket may feel like they're helping, but in the end, pour the water back in, like the tube in the picture. An example of this might be using drugs or alcohol to cope with symptoms. I like to go through the reading of all of this before actually going and doing a full-on bucket exercise. And I like doing this either on poster, whiteboard, and because of COVID and just Zoom, I've gotten really good at using the whiteboard here on Zoom. So we're going to do that together in terms of, we're not going to be like role playing or play acting, but I'm honestly interested in what are your stressors currently. I'm not asking for you to self-disclose things that would make you uncomfortable, but maybe that might be, you know, overwhelming notes, high caseload, young children. It could be in-laws, it could be finances, whatever you're comfortable sharing. But I'm going to open up the whiteboard. Is everyone just seeing white? Okay, we're looking at the right thing. And they have just changed the whiteboard, so this is going to be really interesting for me to see where they put all my stuff. I was really good at it. I've changed them. All right. So now it's not going to be perfect, but here is my bucket. Boom. So one of the things that we want to be looking at in terms of our bucket, again, each of us are going to have different size buckets. And this is true for us as clinicians. We all have different size buckets. We can all manage different levels of stress before we overflow. So a way of looking at that. Oh, wow, they really changed everything up. Boo you. Let's look at stressors, things that are coming in They're sort of taps. That one's a better one. That one. So for everyone here, what are some stressors that you are experiencing day to day? Go ahead and either shout out or you can put it in chat. What are some stressors?
Working full time, completing grad school, working in school. We got public transit. Military duties, balancing work, parenting, finances, time management, commuting to work, holiday obligation. These are good ones.
Oh my goodness, yes.
Clients in crisis. Working 2 full-time jobs. Ugh. Aging parents. Early mornings. Sick pets. Multiple roles at work. House duties. Upcoming fidelity review. That doesn't count. That doesn't count, Cascade.
I'm putting it.
Challenging coworkers.
Hey, even positive things can add stress.
Okay.
So as you see here, we are all managing a lot of stress. If I've missed something on here, or if Andre didn't read something, I apologize in advance. Whatever you put not only is valid, but also very relatable to at least one, if not multiple other people here. The idea that we are all managing a lot all the time. So I like to get this nice long list with my group, just like what we did, just throw them out. We're doing a stress bucket as a group. What are we all experiencing right now? And as I have this list, some other people might be like, yep, I'm also balancing work. Yep. Oop. Finances are also really difficult. I am also having time management problems. Some people might be like, no, I can't wait for the holidays. I love the holidays. Other people are like, oh my gosh, holiday obligation. There's going to be so much stress with everything with that. For other people, sick pets, very stressful. Some of you, pets are going to be relieving your stress. So there's no right or wrong. It's just what is creating stress right now. So in addition, what we could do is we could go throughout these and labeling them 1 through 10 in terms of how is this really stressful? 1 being kind of stressful, 10 the most stressful ever. Because we're kind of in the format that we are right now, and for the sake of time, I'm not going to do that full thing, but that's something you could do. And also recognizing that some of these are going to be short-term stressors, and some of these are going to be chronic. Holiday obligation is short-term. Now, to be fair, we're in holiday season, so that's going to be a bit of a longer short-term. But after January 1st, holiday season is pretty much over, and we can kind of start breathing once things get back to, day-to-day normal. Or we get a break after Thanksgiving and in between perhaps the winter holidays, however that may look like for you. But certain things like time management, finances, military duties, children and babies, these are going to be more chronic stressors. This isn't the idea of maybe a few days, weeks, or months. This is years, potentially. Hopefully not clients in crisis. I hope that's not years. But with the idea that generally that something's going to be popping up. So 1, we want to be putting a level of how stressful is this for us, and then 2, we want to be separating, is this short term or is this long-term? Is this going to be chronic? And again, there's no real right or wrong. Grad school, that's a chronic stressor, but also there's an end date. You know, depending on the program you're in, that's about 2 to 3 years. Military duties, it really depends on what the duties you have. It might be that, you know, that's going to be short term, that you're just on a rotation, or it might be that is your job and your career. So that could be years. Baby, that's about 2 years. And then you're just sort of trading out certain stressors for other stressors as you get a toddler. And then the same as you get children. Teens, we're not even going to touch that one. They're 9 years. So these are the things that are filling up all of our buckets. And it's just really helpful to validate and recognize that we're all managing a lot. Our plates are full. So there are 2 ways that we can look at this bucket and figure out, how can I make sure that my bucket is not overflowing? And I also like to discuss, you know, what does it look like when your bucket overflows? You know, we went over the effects of stress. What does that look like when you are overly stressed? Your bucket is overflowing. Maybe that is, I call out of work, or my memory is off. I don't show up to appointments. It could be I get sick. It could, you know, whatever that may look like. I have a breakdown. I'm hospitalized. I forget taking my medications. So these are things to also recognize and have awareness of what happens when you are overwhelmed to the point of overflowing, and how can we prevent that? So there are, again, 2 ways of preventing that. So one is by looking at this list, and is there anything here that we can, you know, mitigate in terms of, if there's a faucet that's been turned and it's just rushing out, can we fix the faucet where we're just kind of having it be a little bit more of a trickle? Some of these might be kind of difficult with that. It could, you know, multiple roles at work. I don't know your particular situation or situations, but maybe it's talking to a manager or supervisor and requesting assistance, or requesting one of those roles get shifted to someone else. That's a big hope. I recognize what it looks like in terms of, you know, I was also in community and mental health care. And sometimes, you know, especially if you're doing well, you're like, oh, things are going well. I'm doing really, people like to throw work at you. I don't know what it is. They just do it. Difficult coworkers. Maybe this is finding a mediation, or chatting with a supervisor and manager that you trust. Or if you're comfortable, you know, talking with the coworker one-on-one. Is there a way that that can be managed where that stress isn't coming in as heavy as some of the other things? The other thing we can do, oops, I want that black. Other thing we can do is we can add faucets into our bucket. And these faucets are letting out water for us. So these are the things, coping strategies, that allow the release of water before we become overwhelmed. So if you are up for it, what are some coping strategies that you all use? What is helpful when you're feeling stressed? And you can unmute and shout out an answer, or like you've done in the past, you can put it in the chat. What's some coping strategies?
Getting enough sleep,
Great.
talking with somebody I trust, listening to music, cuddling with my cats.
Typing in the wrong box. There we go. Taking breaks, sleep.
Talking to someone I trust, cuddling with kitties, breathing exercises,
Games,
meditation,
social media, meditation.
hugging my kid.
Ah.
taking a break, going for a walk.
Okay.
Creativity, playing the piano is a good one. Just reaching out to support systems. Taking melatonin for regular sleep. Reading, playing board games. Zoning out on Facebook. Gaming, listening to music, taking a bath, getting a massage. Spending time in nature. Talking to my therapist. Yeah, we should all support that one. Therapy.
So this is a really great list, and I'm sure we could keep going on and on. And I know I've missed some of them. So again, these are fantastic ideas, and these are ways that we can utilize these different skills to cope with stress and release it from our bucket. Another thing we're also doing is we're getting this all in one place. So some people might think, oh yeah, that's right, cuddling with animals is nice. I haven't done that in ages. Or, oh, I forgot how nice it is to take a bath. You know, sometimes I feel so overwhelmed that hygiene, showering feels overwhelming, but I forgot that it feels good to take a shower sometimes or take a bath. Going for a walk, listening to music sometimes can be helpful. So these are things that are going to release that water so that we don't overflow. And also, you know, some people might think, you know, I don't think I've ever meditated before. Is that actually helpful? What do you do? So now we're sharing coping skills as a group. There is also that one last faucet where, oh gosh, turn blue on me. Where this is the idea that it feels good in the moment, but sometimes in terms of long term, it's a maladaptive coping skill where it just puts the water right back into our bucket. So I'm curious, does anyone have anything like that that they either, if you're comfortable sharing, or if not, that you see clients doing, like what are some things that might feel good in the moment and feels like it relieves stress, but in the long run is actually creating more stress? Ooh, procrastination. I don't know anything about that. I can spell.
Lots of procrastination.
Much social media.
Shopping, fast food.
Fast food, eating, shopping. Donuts.
Oh, that sounds good. Vaping.
So vaping, smoking,
All that
absolutely.
alcohol consumption.
Yeah. Alcohol, substance use. Did I miss anything? Um, what else do we have? Hard drugs. Well, I am sober, so I mean, yes. Oh my gosh, over exercise. I had a client who ran so much, she literally lost toenails. Yes, that can be its own form of eating disorder. Over exercising, isolating. I'm gonna put games here. So the idea of overdoing it. Severing. Call of Duty. Yep. Overworking. Yeah. Avoidance. A lot of these are avoidant behavior, but let's call it out. Thank you, Angie. So this is really helpful just in recognizing that we do things that we feel could be really helpful, and perhaps they really do feel good in the moment. Donut in the moment feels really good. I'm not gonna lie. Multiple donuts maybe feels good. Afterwards, it doesn't feel good. Now my stomach hurts. I'm not thinking about my finances though. I'm thinking about my stomach ache. So people are like, oh, but you know what? It kind of worked, but did it really work? And in the long run, is it really going to work to use donuts when I feel like I can't balance my life or my work? Or if I'm, really worried in other areas. So this is really helpful also to put in line and to show that sometimes the things that are really helpful that we might use for coping, if we do too much of it, it becomes avoidant behavior. We talked about this when we looked at distractions as a really great tool and exercise for managing experiences of psychosis. And yet, if you lean too much into it, it becomes avoidance. Now we're overworking, we're over exercising, we're over shopping, we're doing too much social media, TV, and gaming. We're procrastinating on the things that we have responsibilities and accountabilities around. I'm going to, if I know everyone's on a computer or a phone, if you want to take a screenshot of this, you can. But this is just something that, we can have for ourselves. I'm going to stop sharing in just a moment in case anyone's screenshotting. I also asked, in my group if they have phones on them, if you want to take a picture of this, or if they're on, if we're on Zoom telehealth group, if they want to take a screenshot, something where they can have a record of what we did together. Stop sharing. So this is S5. I like to lean into S5 just because, as Jeff said yesterday, for those who are here, the stress bucket is a really big one, and people really like the stress bucket. Even some of those individuals where I was doing CBTp on inpatient and people were like not engaged, for some reason, the stress bucket, they were engaged. They were like, and this and that, and don't forget about this. And I love doing that. I'm like, okay, yeah, this is great. Keep them at them. Keep coming. I want the whole list. So it's really helpful in getting all of that in. Any questions so far about the stress bucket, what we did, what that looks like? Any comments? All right. I'm gonna share my screen again, and I also want to just really say thank you to everyone for being so cooperative and just offering those different items for the list. And thank you, Andre, for reading them out to me. That was really helpful. So that is the idea of if you aren't doing very much talking in your group, you're running a really great group because the group is talking for you and they're doing the work for you. So thank you all for really helping facilitate that with me. So after all of this, we've gone through, creating a group stress bucket. So we're going to work together to think about your stress bucket. What are the sources of water stress flowing in? What are the faucets, coping skills that you can use to keep it from overflowing? Is there anything that you've tried that puts water back into the bucket for you? Home practice is to complete a stress bucket activity worksheet. You'll see at the back of the PDF and also of the workbook, all of these worksheets. If you're like, wait a minute, where is his worksheets? He's not showing us worksheets. They're in the back of the binder. So I'm just gonna we're on page 24. Really fast scroll. Oh, that's nauseating. Here we go. So you can see here's some of the worksheets back here. So you can find these worksheets. Ooh, we're doing great on time. We're gonna hit S6 and then we're gonna break for lunch. So S6. Oh, thank you, Maribel and Maria. I just noticed in chat. So yeah, what's really nice about the CBT group is that it truly is a protocol. And with the workbook, you're going to have your own spin. You're going to have your own flavor in terms of who you are as a facilitator. There can be some creativity there. And you don't need to reinvent the wheel. They give you the organization that you might need to run each and every session. So S6, we're the last session of the stress module, and we have talked a lot about stressors, and we've talked a lot about what that looks like, what it does to our body, our minds, our emotions. We've talked about creating language and definitions around stress and our stress level and events that create stress for us. We looked at the stress bucket in terms of potential coping mechanisms, things that are currently stressing us out, things that might, we try to do, but really create stress in the long run. So now we want to look at creating a SMART goal. And I don't know, my apologies in terms of my memory. Someone asked about, isn't a SMART goal the thing you want to do? When we were talking, Jeff was talking about goals yesterday. If you're in the room now, and I was like, yes, SMART goals are great. CBT, we do SMART goals. You're correct. And here we're doing it. So we're going to break down SMART goal if you haven't heard of what this is. But first, could I get a volunteer to read this first paragraph? It is important.
Important to be able to set goals and reach them in order to find a sense of purpose in our life. Every day of the week can offer the opportunity to accomplish something or to meet a small personal goal.
Thanks, Joey. I appreciate you reading that. I'll read the next one. Think about the goal that you decided in S1. So if you remember during a choice short form assessment, the 12th line was not a scale, but it was something you want to get out of treatment. So we're calling back to that. I like to keep all of those because they're turning them in so we can have that for ourselves. So if people are like, I don't remember what that was 6 weeks ago, we can pull them out of a binder and remind them of like, oh yeah, you wanted to do this. So think about that goal that you decided on S1, and you want to write that goal as well as any others that you may have thought of since in the goal list below. Then turn one or more of the items in your list into a SMART goal. And this is something that is specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and timely. In other words, SMART. So we have 5 spaces here that people can write out their goals. So what I like to do is really lean into what does this look like in terms of these 5 words in case the group doesn't know what that is. So really looking at what is a SMART goal. So a SMART goal is something that is specific. So rather than saying, I want to exercise, something specific is, I want to go running. That's a specific activity I want to do. I want to run. Measurable, really looking at how do we know, how much that's going to be. So rather than, I'm going to go running every week. Something that's measurable, I'm going to go running 2 times a week. If I really want to be more specific, I'm going to go running every Tuesday and Thursday. Something that's attainable. Is that something that, I can actually do at this time? This might look like, when was the last time I've gone running? Is, if I have not exercised in a few years, maybe running 2 times a week might be a lot. Or it might be something that you can do. So we're not going to, poo-poo on that, but just really looking at, is that attainable perhaps? Maybe it's going for a walk 2 times a week to start off with, or maybe it's going for a run once a week, or maybe you try twice a week if that's perhaps you think that's attainable for you. And then relevant. is this goal something that's relevant to the overarching discussion that we're having, which is stress, and particularly CBTP group? So in terms of exercise, I'm sure all of us, have an idea that increasing physical activity can help decrease our stress level, which in turn helps us feel better with our mood. Could also raise our self-esteem. And if our stress level is low, that's going to decrease the likelihood that we're going to have a recurrence in any experience of psychosis. So having a goal around exercise is relevant to what we're doing here, absolutely. And then a time factor. So this might be, if it's just kind of a blanket sort of goal of I'm going to go for a run for 30 minutes, 2 times a week for the next 6 months, however long we're meeting. Some people like to increase that, and so they're just kind of adding to the specific, making it more complicated, being more specific, but it doesn't have to be a very large goal. So I like to break these down and then give everyone some time to write out a few goals. What does that look like? The 2 facilitators can go around and assist people if anyone's having difficulty writing anything down. If someone doesn't remember what they wrote down in S1, you can split up the choice short forms and, hopefully you're asked to write the name on it. Go around and be like, okay, this is what you wrote for 12. So at least you have one on here. What are some other things that you might want to do? What are some goals that you want to try to accomplish? Another thing, so once everyone has, they may not have 5, but you want to have 1 or 2 or 3 goals if you can for everyone. You yourself are going to be creating your own SMART goals. So this is a group, and the co-facilitators are part of the group. So I am working on something if I'm going to ask the participants in my group to work on something. And I think exercise was the one I did in my first group. I think I did running, yeah. So that is something that I wanted to, work on. And so I created it, and I was like, I modeled, this is what I want to do. This is something that's going to help my mental health. And I'm going to be accountable, and the group's going to hold me accountable, just like, vice versa. So once everyone has this list, we want to go through them with each person and figure out how can we make that be a SMART goal. Again, this is why it's really helpful to have at least 2 people, because depending on how many people are there, and to go around the circle. You're spending a whole session on this alone, so hopefully you have enough time to do that. And you want to make sure everyone is leaving with just one SMART goal. So if someone's like, I want to do multiple things, it's like, okay, that's great. Can you choose one to focus on to create a SMART goal here in group, and then you can formulate these other goals into SMART goals after group, or we can assist you on one-on-one, however that may look. But everyone, we want to make sure they have one SMART goal and they leave with one. And that's the goal that we're going to put in here. So some hints as a facilitator, we want to make sure not only do they hit these 5 elements, but this is something that's going to be able to be worked on within the group setting. Now, it might not be finished at the end of the group, but you want to make sure it's not going to be finished like in the middle or way in the beginning. So I had a client once say that they, for their SMART goal, they wanted to apply to a college. I'm like, that's a really great goal. That's a fantastic goal. And then really looking at it, time-wise, how long do you think it's going to take you to do this goal? And they're like, with everything in paperwork, maybe 2 months. And it's like, okay, this whole group is 24 weeks. We are now in week 6. So you're going to take 8 more weeks. And what are you going to do for the next portion of the group? And the client was like, oh, I don't know. I guess I could make another one. It's like, or what if we find a different goal that you can work on for the whole group? And then you can have an additional goal of applying to college as a personal SMART. But you'll have a group SMART goal that you can work on that we can check in together every session. And that was something that they agreed to. So we also want to make sure it's something that is, attainable. Someone, we also don't want to be the harbinger of truth of what that is. If someone has some very, really big thing, maybe they're like, I want to be an astronaut. That's my goal. And that's the only goal I want. I'm going to be an astronaut. And I'm saying that because I literally used that as a SMART goal with a client on Tuesday. So the idea of, I'm not going to say whether or not this person is going to become an astronaut, but let's break that down. One, what does it mean to you to be an astronaut? What are you hoping to get out of this one? And then you might learn some things about this person. Maybe the idea that they really like math, or they really like science, or astronauts are respected, or they're popular, or they're really liked. So you kind of get what are some of the values behind this really large goal, and then you might cling to one of those. With this client, they said that they really liked the pursuit of science and they wanted to be an astronaut. So like, okay, let's break it down. What is the next step that you would need to become an astronaut? And for them, it was going to school for a particular science. For this particular client, I'm not going to say if I know if they're going to be an astronaut or not, but they already have a BA in computer engineering, so they are intelligent. So we decided to create a SMART goal around, researching in terms of like a little bit, researching what it takes to be an astronaut. And then with that research, we can create a goal of steps. So we're not gonna say no to anyone necessarily, but we might challenge some people a little bit in terms of, I don't know if that's a goal that can be completed during the course of this group. Can we break it down when you're working on something? Does anyone have any questions about this or what this might look like? Before I stop sharing, as we end, again, we want to make sure everyone, including us as facilitators, leave with one SMART goal. And then also going around the room and ending, what is one smart thing that you can do to accomplish this goal in this next week? So for me, that might be making sure I have appropriate shoes for running. That's one thing I can do this week, is buy running shoes. And then with this, we want to try and commit at least one small step that we can in this week. And then we're going to report back to the group in the next week. What's really nice is that we have a whole goal sheet here. If people are open to filling this out, it can be really helpful to keep track, where we write down what their SMART goal was. I want to run for 30 minutes, 2 days a week for the next 6 months. Okay, what's a small step to take this week? I want to buy running shoes. And then throughout the week, I can look at, am I still in progress? Did I partially meet it, or have I met this? So by the next session, I bought my running shoes. I can check off, I met this small step. And then we can continue on with what's the next small step that you might be able to do moving forward. And then as far as, again, we went over what the worksheet is, how to fill it out, and then we're just reiterating skills practices, review your SMART goal each day. Complete this worksheet when you haven't accomplished one small step towards your goal. So maybe I got really ambitious and I bought shoes the next day. That's met. Okay, well, I still have the same SMART goal. What's the next small step I want to take? Maybe I want to go for a run and see if I can actually run for 30 minutes, see if that's actually attainable to me. And maybe that's something that's in progress. Maybe I can only go for 15 minutes, so maybe it's partially met. Or maybe I do the full 30-minute run, it's fully met. And then I can come back with the small steps that I took throughout that week. At the end, we want to congratulate everyone for completing the first module. The idea of reading this out, congratulations, we met at the end of the first learning module, and then we do a review. In this module, we covered some basic information about what stress is, the kinds of events that make us feel stress, and the effects that stress has on our physical, mental, and emotional states. We also worked together to identify a SMART goal for each of us. And then, is there anything that you'd like to remember about this module? Depending on time, you might not have time to fill this all out. If you do, you can, but just the idea of, like we've done before, going around the room, what's one thing you want to remember about the whole module? And again, I usually start with myself and then go around the room. And then that is the end of S6. So we have just a few minutes before we're going to break for lunch. Does anyone have any questions about SMART goals or about the S6 module overall?
Mel, do you mind if I make a couple of comments here?
Please.
Yeah, so like we were talking about yesterday, we want to think about how we can involve the entire team in doing these kinds of things that we're doing with the client. So if we're helping the client set up a SMART goal and that we've got them identifying small steps that they can be taking towards it, then we want to think about how can we bring the rest of the team in to really help the person make that step. So we do have the advantage here in PACT that we're providing care throughout the week for that individual. So we can think of opportunities to check in on that SMART goal, and maybe, we do something with that client that's in the interest of them accomplishing that goal. So like Mel was saying, let's say that their goal is that they want to get a little bit more healthier, that they want to start walking. So maybe one thing that we can do as a team is we can actually go walking with that person, so that they're making steps towards that goal. Then when they go back to group, they're going to get that positive reinforcement for making progress towards it, because we as a team have made that much more likely to happen by actually doing that activity with the person. Or let's say that that they don't have walking shoes, for example. So maybe one thing that we can do to help that person achieve their goal is that we go to the store with them and we're, helping them pick out a pair of shoes for their walking. So, or maybe they need to budget to get those pair of shoes, right? So then maybe we're working with them on, hey, let's see if we can put aside a little bit of money and what that would look like in terms of a budget. So the kind of wraparound support that we're able to provide as a team is going to really enhance this process of helping a person identify a goal that would be in alignment with the kind of person that they want to become, and then to start getting reinforcement for making small steps towards it. The other thing too is that when we're talking about small steps, the most important thing is that the person is doing something. So it doesn't really matter how small. And if the person's really struggling, then it can be super simple, right? So maybe the person sets as one of their small steps forward is that they just get up and they put their shoes on, right? Even that small step towards it is establishing a kind of a feedback, then you can reinforce then by giving a lot of praise for taking that one step. So the more that we do this, the more we're establishing that kind of positive feedback loop that's going to establish momentum for the person to be moving towards whatever kind of recovery vision that they have for themselves.
Thank you for relating that to PACT. That's really helpful. I just want to do, I know we're at lunch. I wanted to do a quick poll. I scheduled a half-hour lunch because we have a shorter day today than we had yesterday with more material. I just wanted to check in. Is 30 minutes enough for lunch, or do we need to move to 45? You can put in the chat if you 30 or 45. Are you okay with a 30-minute lunch doing, let's see. Yeah, 60, I got a 30, I got a 45. How about anyone else? How are you feeling? I'm seeing a lot of 45s. I think we could do that. How about we take a break and we'll come back at 12:45 and we'll start right back up then, okay? Thank you all for letting me know and making your needs known. I appreciate that. All right, we'll see you in 45.
I'm hearing you pretty well, Mel.
Okay, thank you. Feedback. Okay, I'm getting some more in the chat. People are okay. All right. Thank you everyone at Cascade and Maria. So Joey, I don't know if there's a way that you can maybe fix your mic or if that's already been fixed. Whitney, how are you with tech?
Yeah, I sent Joey a message on like a potential solution, and they said they did another test and made adjustments, and they're going to see how it goes.
Yeah, I made some adjustments. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. I'm glad that that worked out. I was a little worried. I'm like, did no one tell me all day that you couldn't hear me? Like, you just let me go? Okay. Thank you for letting me know, Joey. I'm glad that worked out. So before diving into the next module, are there any questions or comments, anything that came up while we're on break about the S module or what we've looked at so far? And again, if you do have anything, you can always unmute or you can put it in the chat. Any comments, questions, or concerns? All right. Well, if those do come up, feel free to either interrupt me or raise your hand or put it in the chat and we will continue. Go. So we have just finished module 1 in the beginning of lunch. And so we have gone through 6 sessions if you're doing a 24-week protocol, where we've been focusing on stress. We've been focusing on different ways of looking at that, having awareness around how stress affects us, events that are stressful, how can we look at the stressful building model using the stress bucket, and then also looking at what are some goals that we can have to assist us in managing stress and also that we can work on together as a group. It could be that some of you may have thought, okay, this is great, 6 weeks of psycho ed, where is the CBT? So there was CBT in there, right? We were looking at how stress affects our mind and our body and our emotions. We're also looking at the idea of making goals. And a lot of the psychoeducation is really scaffolding up to the point where now we're looking at testing hypothesis and looking for alternatives. So now we're looking at cognitive skills and being able to very gently prod some of the things that people are experiencing. Again, our hope is not at the end of the group, that our clients are going to have full insight, that they're going to recognize that their experience of psychosis is delusions or that their hallucinations are not fully true. Our hope is primarily that they're able to manage their stress level and de-stress a little bit easier and have those skills. We're also looking at adding skills in terms of having a little bit more cognitive flexibility. And what we're going to see specifically in the T module, people who experience psychosis overall tend to have the unhelpful thinking style of jumping to conclusions. So what we're going to do is, can we have that be a little bit more flexible, where perhaps the one thing they jump to, where the FBI is following me, could there be any other alternative options? And we're going to work our way up to that. So since we are starting a new module, I like to read out, what the module is and what our learning objectives are. So after having completed activities in this section, each participant ought to be able to achieve the following objectives. Describe the ABCs of CBT. The way we think about an event will influence the way we feel, act, and react. Identify at least 2 hypotheses explaining different situations. and document facts that support beliefs and consider other alternatives. So let's jump into T1. T1, we're diving right into the ABCs of CBT. Can I get a volunteer to read that first paragraph for me? Oh, yes, Sarah, thank you.
The way we react to important situations in our lives is strongly affected by how we think about those situations. If we think that a situation is dangerous and we are not in control, we tend to feel fear and avoid that situation. On the other hand, if we think that a situation is challenging but interesting, we tend to feel excitement and want to engage in that situation. This tells us that our thoughts influence our emotions and our emotions influence our behaviors. So, evaluating our thoughts can be very helpful in making helpful changes in our behaviors. Today, we will begin the process of looking at thoughts and considering alternatives in order to achieve our goals.
Thank you. So already we're starting to look at breaking down what are the ABCs in terms of how we react to a situation. Our beliefs about that is going to change how we feel and our reaction to it. In this next section, we're looking at watching the movie excerpt and really thinking of what do you think is going on and what does the person watching within the video think is going on. I like to use two different clips. One clip is from Finding Nemo, and it's a really fun clip. It's a few minutes long, so it's not too long, but it's the idea of when Dory and Marlin interact with the shark, and the shark invites them to dinner and to an event. And we see Marlin is very afraid because it's a shark. And then we see Dory, who's really happy because she's like, a party? I want to go to a party. And he's horrified. And it turns out that they are at a just sort of a support group for sharks who don't want to eat fish anymore. The idea that fish are friends, not food. So the idea that not to judge too quickly. Another clip that I like to watch that perhaps is a little more mature, but one that was shown at my training about 4 years ago. I still show it to clients when I think it's appropriate. And it's kind of fun. I'm gonna stop sharing because it's only 30 seconds. And let's see if I can actually get it up and going. Click optimize sound. Smart. Here we go. So it's only 30 seconds long. So it's an AmeriQuest commercial. They have, as you can see, number 6, they had a whole series of Don't Judge Too Quickly. And just look at what is the situation going on? What are you seeing? What are the participants in the commercial potentially seeing?
All the boys are calling crazy girl. I hope she sings this tonight. I know. Hey, Dad, pull over. We need gum.
I'm on it. Oh, honey? Here's some money.
What do we got here?
Hello. I'm her daddy.
So kind of humorous, kind of adult, but it kind of gets the point across, right? The idea that there's a situation at hand. If we only have a small piece of it, we don't have the full facts, we're going to jump to conclusions. What did y'all see there? If anyone's opening to unmuting, what did you see? What happened in the commercial? Brett, would you be open if I called on you? I saw you chuckling, so I know you saw it.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was really funny. I was initially a little apprehensive. I thought there was going to be a car accident, and so the funny ending of the commercial was even better because of that. But I think I witnessed, I guess it was 4 people in a car. There was lots of music. They stopped at a grocery store to get gum, I think the daughter said, and then from the back of the car, you see the father handing what looks like money to the daughter, who is dressed in a way that might indicate that she isn't his daughter. And I think it must be then be a police car that's pulling up behind them and kind of gives a flash. And so that situation might be open to a couple of different interpretations.
Exactly. Very well broken down. So from one perspective, we're seeing a dad with his daughter and friends going to a concert. They stop for gum. He gives her money. From an outside perspective, we perhaps see an underage sex worker getting money from perhaps an adult male. So, of course, I really hope they made it to the concert, that, that misjudgment was cleared up, but we don't really know about that. Oh, I just saw Jeff your comment. It's the first time I heard him say, "I'm her daddy." Yes. So let's get back to the ABCs, because this is what we're looking at, and also to kind of have a little bit of fun with it, because when we start talking about people's beliefs, sometimes people clam up. So having Finding Nemo, I usually show those 2 clips at once. So I might show the AmeriQuest and then I show Finding Nemo. So there's something for everyone. We've just seen this clip. Can I get another volunteer to read this paragraph, the method we're going to use?
I can read it.
Thanks, Karen.
The method we're going to use to investigate our thoughts, feelings, and behaviors is called the ABCs of CBT. As we'll see below, A stands for activating event, B stands for beliefs, and C stands for emotional and behavioral consequences. What we want to understand is how different beliefs about the same situation can lead to different consequences. Once we understand that, we can work on changing our beliefs in order to change our consequences to be consistent with our goals.
Thank you. So as we saw, here I showed one clip, but I might show 2 or 3 depending on how much time. But as we saw in this commercial, the idea that there was an activating event, there was one thing that happened, and there were a couple different perspectives. And based on the belief on what happened, there's going to be different consequences. Same thing with Finding Nemo. With Marlin and Dory, there's one activating event. A shark is asking them to go to a party. Marlin's belief is we're going to be eaten. So he's going to have a different behavioral and emotional consequence. To Dory, whose belief is we're going to a party, this is going to be fun. So she's going to have a much more positive behavioral and emotional consequence. As we look at these examples, we can break it down a little bit more. So let's start off with this one. So A, the activating event, we're looking at what's the situation. And this is something that if it hasn't happened to you, you've probably seen it in a TV show or a movie. 2 of my friends stop talking as soon as they see me. The belief about this, what do I think is going on? My friends were talking about me. They must not like me. Now there's 2 consequences. There's an emotional and a behavioral. So how do I feel? What do I want to do? Or what am I doing based on this belief? So the first one, I'm feeling depressed and lonely. What do I want to do? Leave the room and never talk to them again. So when we're going over this with the group, it's really helpful to emphasize that it's not the activating event necessarily that's creating this consequence, it's the belief about the event. So when we look at this next situation, we're going to look at the same situation and come up with beliefs that match very different consequences. The activating event, this is something that's very objective and factual. So something that I am witnessing with my 5 senses. 2 of my friends stop talking as soon as they see me. Now, the belief here is empty, but the consequences in terms of how do I feel is happy and excited, and 2, what do I want to do? Enjoy the day with my friends. So if you're open, you can either unmute or put in a chat. What are some beliefs about this event? What do you think is going on about, that would lead to these consequences? My friends planned a surprise party / trip for me. Absolutely. What else? What other beliefs could be happening that would lead us to feeling happy, excited, and enjoying the day with friends? So some other ones, and again, we want to make sure that we have some prepared in case our group is a little silent. My friends have some really juicy gossip and they stopped as soon as they saw me because they want to fill me in. That would lead me to being a little bit happy, excited, and want to hang out with my friends rather than, oh, they're talking about me, they don't like me. Now I'm kind of excited. I want to know what they're talking about. I'm curious. I'm happy. Or it could be the idea of, I had a client once say this to me and I held on to it. Like, maybe they're talking about someone else and it's none of my business. So they don't have permission to share what they're talking about with me. Okay, so I could be happy, excited just to hang out with my friends and enjoy the day with them. So we want to try and come up with a few different ones. What are a few beliefs that we can have of what we think is going on? And as Jeff put in the chat, we really do want to emphasize the A here, that this is just the facts. And there's a lot of times when, as we go into the next examples, you might have some participants in your group put beliefs in their activating event. For example, that might be two of my friends stopped talking as soon as they saw me and they were glaring. Okay, so let's hold on for a second. Were they glaring, or two of my friends stopped talking because they don't like me as soon as they saw me because they don't like me. So we're kind of fusing the belief and the activating event together. We're putting opinion in there rather than just the fact. So we want to try and separate that. Also, that when we rework this, the idea that the activating event is always the same. That's what happened. And we can't change what happened, but what we can do is look at it from a different point of view. What's a different belief that we can find? And based on a different belief, are there different consequences in terms of how I feel and what I want to do?
Hey, Mel?
So, who said that?
It was me. Yeah, Jeff. Yes. One of the things that you want to keep in mind as you're doing this is this idea of hot and cold. So when it comes to, say, paranoid and suspicious thinking, that's hot. So if a person is having paranoid thoughts, then we don't want to be activating that particular thought, right? That's hot. We want to try to avoid it. When we're doing these kinds of exercises, we want to keep the exercise cool. And so one of the ways in which we do that is, for this particular exercise, you've really got to bring a lot of energy to it. This should feel fun. It should feel cool. It shouldn't feel hot. Now, because we're talking about beliefs here, there's a tendency often for groups for it to start getting hot. And part of the facilitation skill then is to keep things cool in terms of that you're bringing a lot of energy to it, that you're trying to keep it fun, and you're really trying to keep people involved, engaged in the particular scenario that you have set up here. So you really want to try to get people involved. And like Mel said, you want to have a couple of ideas, and you can do it like a game, like let's see how many of these we can get in 2 minutes, or I'll do one and then you do one, is often when I'm doing this individually with a client. We go back and forth, and we try to make each other laugh with the most hilarious beliefs or the most hilarious consequences. So if you take this kind of an approach, you can keep it cool. And then when we get to maybe exploring more closely to what the person's paranoid beliefs might be, then it becomes much more approachable if you do it this way. So we're really trying to teach a skill here. As I said yesterday, we're not trying to take a belief away from somebody. We're trying to add the skill of being able to come up with alternative explanations. And this is where we're really working again with theory of mind, right? So it's an ability to be able to take a different perspective. It's a human capacity that we have. That's what we're building. It's like exercise. We're not trying to take something away from somebody.
We have additional examples as we continue through this. So the next one, we're looking at the activating event of a bus driver is looking at me. So using this hot and cold, I can kind of make light of, two of my friends stop talking as soon as they see me. We can, bring up either a show or a movie, or isn't this very high school? Next one is a little bit hot. So there's a little bit more risk. The idea that the bus driver is looking at me. And based on the consequence of feeling scared and nervous, what we want to do, we want to get off the bus at the next stop. Now we're looking at a little bit more perhaps paranoid or suspicious beliefs. What do I think is going on based on this that match these consequences? We still want to have it perhaps, one and then the other, as Jeff was saying. I might offer one or I might ask for something, but we're starting to make it a little bit real without talking about a person's particular beliefs. We're still looking at examples, so it's a little bit safer. So what do I think is going on? If I'm scared and nervous, maybe it's the idea of the bus driver is trying to tell me something, or the bus driver is reading my mind, or the bus driver, whatever that may be. We're looking at what do I think is happening here that would match these consequences. And the next one, again, we're doing the second line where the activating event is always the same, but we're having a different belief. So we are switching things up again. We're trying to have that flexibility. Well, what if the belief is the bus driver recognizes me because I take this route often? How would I feel then? What would I want to do? Some people might say, well, I feel calmer and safer. I would probably stay on. The bus driver is a safe person and protective. I've had some clients say, I wouldn't like that at all. I don't want to be recognized by a bus driver. That would make me more anxious. I would get off the bus. Like, that's valid too. There's no right or wrong here. Where we're just looking at, there's different beliefs and they're going to create different consequences. So really iterating that. The final one, in terms of, it's blank on both. So we're looking at, is there someone who would volunteer an activating event? What was something that perhaps led you to feeling not so great? What did that look like? We're looking at what was the situation? What did you think was going on? And then how did you feel? What did you want to do, or what did you do? And then with that, asking permission, is it okay if we challenge that in terms of, okay, the activating event is the same as above. Now let's just list what are any other beliefs that could be happening. And if the person has difficulty naming any, I might assist, or I could ask them, are you open to group members offering different beliefs about what could be happening here? So you're kind of bringing in the group, even though it's one person's example. If they say yes, they usually do. And it's like, okay, let's pick one of them. Which one out of here would lead to the most positive consequence for you? And they pick one. Okay, how would you feel about that? And what would you want to do if that were the case? If you believe that this is what was happening, then maybe it wasn't malicious, but what if it was a mistake? Or what if it was a coincidence? How would you feel then? So after going through all of these, again, we go through what I wish to remember, us starting off first, and then the skills practice is to fill out one ABCs of CBT sheet this week in response to a stressful event. So that is going to look like this. So we want to fill out one of these where we're going to break down. So in the next week, when you have one stressful event, you want to put that event here. So just the facts. What was the situation? What happened? And then what did you think about what was going on? How did that make you feel? What did you do, or what did you want to do? And then for the second line, again, same as above, The activating event is always the same. That's what happened. What are some alternative beliefs that you can come up with? And based on one, is there perhaps a more positive consequence in terms of how you feel and what you want to do or what you could do about that? Any questions about T1? There's a lot happening in here. We're starting off with these movie excerpts, these commercials, to kind of make it a little bit lighthearted, a little bit more fun. We're keeping it fun. Even if sometimes people don't have an example, so I try to have a sillier example. So we're ending on a kind of more of a fun note if someone doesn't want to share something. But still, it's a silly example that could be relatable potentially. But once that is ending, we now are coming up to T2. So T2, we are now getting a little bit more personal. We are now 8 weeks in. This is the 8th session. So just to read that first paragraph, today we will discuss strange or difficult experiences we might have had. We also want to become aware of how many of us have experienced similar things so we can help each other in the future. Could I get a volunteer to read this middle section? It's a little beefy. Anyone open to reading that, starting off with in the 1970s? Who hasn't read yet? Courtney, thank you.
In the 1970s, researchers conducted experiments where people would be put in a sensory deprivation capsule where they could not hear, see, or feel anything. Can you guess what people experienced after as little as 40 minutes? 80% reported hearing voices and seeing things that were not there. Similar experiences happened to people in mourning, people having gone without sleep for many hours, and people under the influence of drugs and alcohol. For example, some people continue to hear the voice of a loved one who has passed away. Others hear noises or voices and have paranoid beliefs if they don't get enough sleep. And using marijuana and amphetamines can also lead to paranoid thoughts and hallucinations. Can we, as a group, think of other situations when people have these experiences?
Thank you, Maria. Appreciate that. So we are diving in. It's getting a little hotter where we have been looking at stress, we've been looking at the ABCs, and now we are directly talking about experiences of psychosis. And by this point, what I have found in my groups is that people are very much willing to talk. You know, we have had 8 weeks of this sort of safe container, of bonding, of engagement, of building up to this. So we're not bringing this out within the first few sessions, but it is now almost 2 months into the group. So what I like to do here in terms of if we as a group can think of other situations when we have these experiences, we're normalizing the experiences of psychosis. And we have a few here. So we're talking about sensory deprivation. We're talking about people in grief, people who have sleep deprivation or under the influence of substances. And then asking, really asking the group if there's anything else we can think of. There might be, illness, times of extreme duress, so high stress levels, or potentially high emotions. These can also lead to having these experiences. And this leads us to question 1. Do you ever hear voices or see things that no one else could hear or see? If yes, can you describe when it happens, what type of voice or image it is, what it says, and how it makes you feel? So depending on the group, you might give people time to write this down. Generally, I read this out. People might have handouts to read along, right? They're reading paragraphs. But I like to just sort of talk it out versus writing. It makes it a little bit more intimate rather than I'm going to write down these things that I haven't really perhaps shared in this group yet. And if applicable, I usually go first, or the peer can go first. So for example, here, I have things that I can share. I only have 2 experiences of psychosis in my life. One is when I was in grad school. I don't know why, but I stayed up for 3 days finishing my master's thesis. I know why, procrastination. But I stayed up for 3 days, and at the end of those 3 days, I saw sparkly things floating in the air. Now, my belief at the time with that event was, oh, I'm seeing sparkly things. I need to go to sleep. And so I wasn't alarmed. And after I had a very long sleep, I woke up, they were gone. But that's something that happened with me. And then some people are like, oh, okay. Another thing happened a year ago. I got COVID for the first time. Not this past summer, but the previous one. And I had a really high fever. And I was sitting on my couch watching TV, just being sick and miserable. And out of the corner of my eye in the hallway, I saw a person standing in the hallway. And it freaked me out quite a bit. And I turned to look and there was no one there. And my heart was racing and I was feeling really, well, I was feverish. So I was already sweaty, but I was really alarmed. I'm like, someone's in my home. And then I looked down at my lap. I have a chocolate lab. So I was looking at my dog and he was just sleeping at my feet. And my dog loves people. So if there was anyone around me, he would be barking and jumping and waggling all over the place. So the idea that he wasn't even moving, I was like, oh, I have a fever. It must have just been me being feverish, having a high temperature. So this kind of kicks things off. And generally when I share these things, going around the circle, people share things that they have. And in terms of insight, people talk about things whether or not they have a high insight. You know, I've just, in my experience, people are like, well, yeah, it's the way it's worded here, where we're not colluding, but we're not, you know, attacking what they might be believing. It's, do you ever hear voices or see things no one else could hear or see? And if yes, could you describe that? So after we go around and have that discussion, the next part is sometimes people think that others are out to get them, or that someone might wish them harm. Others think they hold specific powers, or that they were chosen for a specific purpose, but no one seems to believe them. So now we're looking at more paranoia and delusion. Do you ever think that people are out to get you, or that you have powers, or that you were chosen for a mission, but no one believes you? Again, we're not colluding. We're not saying, yes, you were chosen for this mission, but we're also not saying, you know, this is a delusion. It's worded very carefully. Do you ever think that people are out to get you, or that you were chosen for a mission, but no one believes you? And if yes, can you describe when it happens, who is out to get you, what type of powers you have, or what's the mission you were chosen for? So for those of you who were here yesterday, we were talking about perhaps having awareness of voices, or hallucinations, having a log. We haven't done that in group, but right here, we are starting to have some awareness of what are the experiences that people have or have had, or perhaps others didn't have those same experiences. And what was that like for them? Especially when we look at number 3, after going around the circle. Really quickly for 2, I don't answer this because I haven't had this experience and I'm not going to create something. So I just kind of go around or go the opposite. And some people might say pass. I've never had that experience and that's okay. It's valid. 3 is when we describe the impact these experiences, seeing or hearing, or thoughts have on your behavior. What do you do, or what do you refrain yourself from doing because of them? So now we're looking at the impact of these experiences of psychosis. Has it changed your behavior? Do you do things that you didn't used to do, or have you stopped doing things? Again, I usually go first here, where I say, well, in regards to the first example, I no longer stay up for more than a day. I don't know if in my mid-30s I could stay up for 3 days, but I don't try to, because I know I'm going to start seeing and hearing things, and that's not really pleasant for me. I also know the benefits of sleep, and so I don't stay up for more than 24 hours at a time. So that experience did impact my behavior. And then going around the room, what does that look like for other people? Are there things that you stopped doing, or are there things that you started doing because of these experiences? Either seeing or hearing things or thoughts. Once we've gone around the room, this next paragraph really kind of emphasizes what this third one is in terms of looking at the impact. When we recognize that the experiences in our lives are moving us away from our goals, we can use the tools and techniques of cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, to challenge the thoughts and practice new behaviors. So really underlying a little bit of what we touched on in T1 with the ABCs of CBT, especially with the goals that we've been checking in every morning. And if there is a particular experience of psychosis that's moving away from either those goals or other goals that we might have, is there a way that we could potentially challenge that? We're not saying that it's right or wrong, or the experiences or mental illness. We're looking at the impact on our lives and whether they're moving us away from what we want in our life. And like we've done in the rest of the sessions, we go around, what do I wish to remember? And then skills practice is filling out another ABCs of CBT sheet this week in response to a stressful event. And think about the common experiences we've talked about as you do so. Any questions about T2? T3 is a fun one. Now we're getting back to games. So you kind of see, T1, it's new plans. It's a new tool, it's a new skill. It's kind of fun, especially with the clips that you show, keeping it lighthearted. T2, it's a little hotter, it's a little bit more personal. T3, we're backing away a little bit, but we're still underlying the same skills. We're still looking for cognitive flexibility, but we're playing with it. So I'm going to read T3 real quick, the traffic jam. As a group, we're going to apply an important rule in our work together. Any event can have several alternative explanations depending on the observer. We'll start working on developing alternative explanations today, and we'll continue in the weeks ahead. It's important to recognize that often we don't know why something happens, but we can still choose to focus on explanations that help us move toward our goals. So this one says, try to find at least 2 answers for each question. There's a couple ways that you can do this depending on your style. One, you can break up the group into pairs and have a bit of a, maybe like a friendly competition where you give them a little bit of time in terms of what causes a traffic jam. Maybe in 1 minute, try to list as many things as you can think of that causes a traffic jam. And then whoever has the highest, maybe, they either get like a mini prize, something very low level, not like something big. Maybe it's, I don't know, a piece of candy or something, or it's just they get the praise and acknowledgement that they got the most amount of answers. The other way that you can do this is, and this is usually one that I like to go with, is it's still kind of fun, it's still kind of game-like, but without the competition, is the group as a whole. So either using poster paper or a whiteboard, I read at the top, what causes a traffic jam? And I'm like, all right, let's try to figure out as many different reasons that could cause a traffic jam. Go. And people are like, animal on the road, construction, VIP. And you're just trying to figure out as many as you can, just a whole long list of them. And if people get blocked or can't think of any, I might throw one in. Weather. Whether it's sunny, rainy, or snowy, that could cause a traffic jam. Time of day. Day of the week could cause traffic jams. Special events, sporting event, concert. This is 1A. So once we have our nice long list, either regardless of which one we choose, we do want to start looking at 1B, which is what are the more likely explanations? How do we know that this could be true in terms of all of our answers? So going through the list of, we now have a second column of how can we figure out if this is likely or not. Well, you could look up on your phone if there's any special events happening. Or you can, maybe you pass an accident, or you see an animal run off the road. You're like, okay, that's what caused the traffic jam. Or you see construction, you go through it. Or you look at the clock, and you're like, well, it's 5 o'clock in Seattle or on I-5, wherever you may be. That's gonna cause a traffic jam. And what we're doing is not only are we listing as many alternative answers as we can, but also looking at what is the most likely based on how we can figure it out. I try to have some fun answers in here when I can. You know, the idea of, I might throw in a VIP. I had the real life example of getting trapped on 4th and Pike, downtown Seattle, for like, I think it was literally 2 or 3 hours because the president was in town and we just were not moving. So I'm like, that happens. Sometimes there's a VIP person, you're just trapped in traffic. And then also the idea of putting at the end, you know, have you ever been in a traffic jam where sometimes it just lets up and you don't know why? You know, weather is okay, you don't see any construction, there's no accidents, there's nothing special happening. It's just sort of unknown. Some people might be like, yeah, maybe. So just the idea that sometimes we don't know what causes a traffic jam, but we can guess, and then we can find out the most likely explanation. Let's go to the next one, 2A. You know, kind of using the temperature that Jeff shared, this one's getting a little hotter. What might explain a scene where 2 people force a pedestrian into a car? And again, it's kind of, you can keep it lighthearted, but anything anyone puts out there, I put a list. If someone says they're being abducted by aliens, I put that on the list. If someone says they're FBI arresting someone, it goes on the list. I don't know. It could be FBI. I'm not the harbinger. That could be happening. I might throw in a couple silly ones, like it's 2 friends and they're abducting their other friend for his birthday party. People like, oh yeah. It's like, it's 2 parents and they're putting a child in. Or it's someone who's having a medical emergency and they're being helped into the car by either EMTs or medical professionals or by friends or family so they can get to the hospital. Or it could just be police, if not FBI. They're being arrested by police. So again, we want to try and create a good long list, and I might even like challenge a group of like, can we create more than the list we had previously for the traffic jam? You know, we had 11. Can we get 11 or more in this one? I'm just trying to figure out as many as we can. Once we have our list 2B, how can you find out the reason? This one's a little harder. Now, some people might say you can go up and ask. It's like you could go up and ask. If it's a kidnapping, that could be a little dangerous though. We want to make sure that we have personal safety. So you could go up and ask. That is definitely a way to find out the real reason, and that could be harmful to you. You could report it to 911 or police. Like, yes, you could call it in and report it. You might not get the reason though. Maybe you see it on the news later and you're like, aha, I knew it. Or maybe you never hear about it again. So you might not get that reason. We're playing with how can we find out the reason. We still want to have that for each one that they listed. And also the idea of the flexibility of, we might not know the real reason, but we can still take a guess, and we can still, if one of them is causing us distress, if we don't have facts, could it be helpful to think of another one? This comes into play particularly with the third one. What might explain that people are staring at you? A little hotter, especially because people might have some paranoia, suspicion, or delusions around this. I like to have some silly examples, but still things that are relatable. So it might be people are following me. People know what I'm thinking. I might say, sometimes when I'm on the bus, when I'm daydreaming, I just kind of zone out, and I've recognized that sometimes I'm staring at people. Do you think that could be happening with you too? They're like, oh, maybe. Like maybe they're zoning out or they're listening to music, they're daydreaming and their eyes happen to be in your direction. All right, that goes on the list. What else could be happening? They don't like my face. Oh, okay, that goes on the list. Maybe they do like your face. Maybe they think you're cute. Let's put that on the list. You know, or I might say, sometimes I'm looking at someone because I really like what they're wearing, or I like their shoes or their bag, and I'm trying to look for a tag. I'm like, what is that? I really like those pants. Where did they get them? And I'm like, wait a minute, I'm looking a little too hard. This is creepy. I'm like, could that be happening potentially? Where they're, you know, maybe they like the way you look or they like what you're wearing. Let's put that on the list. Again, 3B, how can you find out? Same as 2A, we may not always know, but we are checking each answer on the list. And it could be, you know, I ask, you can't ask. It might be a safety thing depending on where you are. You can make, some people are like, I would make eye contact, smile, and wave. Like, you could do that. If they frown at you and like, you know, flip you off, it's probably not that they think you're cute, unless they're really embarrassed and are trying aggression, you know? So maybe that would throw that out the window. But if they're like, oh, and they apologize, and maybe they are daydreaming and happen to be looking in a direction, or you caught them looking and now they're embarrassed. Or it could be, you know, maybe they're not even looking at you. They're looking like past your shoulder. And when you wave, they kind of turn their head and notice you. And then you're like, oh, they weren't even looking at me. At the end of it, again, the idea of how do we really know? Because some of these we might not know. So we're still increasing that flexibility that the unknown could be there. So I usually end off 3B with, you know, if I don't really know what's going on, and I'm not comfortable asking someone why they might be looking at me, I'm probably going to go with the answer, you know, they like what I'm wearing or they think I'm cute until I get more facts. You know, if they try and start something with me that's, you know, aggressive, that's more data. Those are facts that it's like, okay, they don't like me. They actually don't like me. That's why they're staring. But until I get that data, I'm going to go with something that makes me feel better, makes me feel good. We have a bit of a summary here. So today, let's review why it's important to consider different alternatives before making an interpretation, and the importance of verifying our thoughts and confirming our perceptions with facts. What I wish to remember, I usually have something silly here, but still something very related. Like, you know, sometimes people staring at me might think I'm cute rather than wanting to harm me. I want to remember that moving forward. And then again, skills practice. We are really underlying this ABCs of CBT. So we want to fill out another one in response to a third stressful event. And as you do that, think about some alternative explanations for what happened when you're doing the B. What are additional explanations that you could believe are occurring until you get more facts? Any questions about T3? Now we're going through these a little bit quicker. So if there's any questions or comments, please feel free to put in the chat or unmute or raise your hand. I hear nothing, I see nothing. So I'm assuming that we're all on the same page. Let's go to T4. T4, now we're just sort of spelling it out, how not to jump to conclusions. Could I get a volunteer to read this first paragraph, starting with "we often"? Yeah, Sarah.
We often make interpretations or decisions based on very little facts. Yet we have learned so far how easy it is to misinterpret an event or situation. Today, we will explore how to find evidence for and against our hypotheses before jumping to conclusions.
Thank you, Sarah, for reading that. So I'll read the next paragraph. Checking information before believing a story is a lot like the job of a detective. Each source must be investigated and every aspect of the story verified. For each of the examples below, explain how you would investigate the facts. You can use the cues to help you out. So within CBTP group, we have two big role plays where we, again, why there needs to be two facilitators for one group. In this role play, one facilitator is going to be facilitating the group, and the other facilitator is going to be playing the role of a character. There are two scenarios here. So the first one is looking at Andrew. A man recently laid off from work calls the police saying the aliens abducted him. He claims they put a probe in his head that allows them to speak, allows him to hear his thoughts and control him. They also speak to him through this probe. So as we read this, we're also going to describe very thoroughly that the facilitator who's playing Andrew is not the facilitator. And we do this in a different way. I forgot to grab a hat or a scarf or something. So generally the way that this looks is that you would have some sort of article of clothing or some sort of mask in some way or glasses where you very distinctly say, you know, when I put on this hat, I am Andrew. And when I take the hat back off, I'm Mel. This might seem a little silly or a little bit over redundant, but we really want to drive home that we're not going to have clients leaving the group thinking that me, Mel, was abducted by aliens and have a probe in my head. We really want to, you know, bring it home that I am playing a character named Andrew. This is a role play, and they are going to be playing detectives in this kind of game to figure out what happened to Andrew, the character I'm playing when I put the hat on. So when we make a big deal out of me, Mel, putting the hat on, I become Andrew. And then the facilitator will look at these questions. And these are detective questions that the participants can ask Andrew. How do you know for certain that aliens put in a probe? Are you 100% sure that this happened? What evidence do you have that this is the case? What evidence do you have that your belief isn't true, that the opposite is true? You weren't affected by aliens. And then so on. Is there another explanation for this? It's really helpful that we are using these as guidelines and that the facilitator is assisting the group in questioning Andrew one-on-one, that they are playing detectives to figure out what's the story, what happened to Andrew, and how can we figure out if there's any alternatives to what really occurred. The trick here is that the co-facilitators really need to be very clear on where they want the group to go, meaning that generally when I have a group, I like to have, if not more, at least 15 minutes before group and 15 minutes after group to be able to prep with my facilitator and then debrief with my facilitator. So at the beginning of T4, I need to prep with my facilitator on if I'm playing Andrew and my facilitator is the one who's facilitating the group, where do we want them to go? Generally, what this looks like in terms of the information or facts we want them to learn is that Andrew was laid off from work. He was really depressed. He went to a bar and was drinking a lot of alcohol. He was so drunk, the bartender took his keys. He decided to walk home. On the walk home, he saw a bright light, turned around. It was a truck. Andrew, being very drunk, fell out of the way of the truck, landed in a ditch, hit his head. He now has a bump and a bruise on his head where he hit it in the ditch. He woke up in the ditch, only remembering the bright light, and therefore jumping to conclusions that I was abducted by aliens. I now have a bump on my head. Perhaps the stress of being laid off from work the substance use, perhaps even minor head trauma, is creating the experience of this delusion that he was abducted by aliens, and there's now a probe in his head where they can hear his thoughts and control him. So that's kind of an elaborate story, but the idea of getting the group to get there is the point of all these questions. And it's done in a very safe way where we're not having them, really look at these questions of their beliefs. They're looking at Andrew. Andrew's a character. So it's kind of fun to figure out what happened to Andrew. What's going on? Even I found in groups with people who are steadfast in their own delusion where this is 100%, they played this. They're like, oh yeah, let's figure out alternatives to Andrew. Because it's easy to do that with Andrew. It's a little bit more difficult to do that with ourselves, where we're challenging our own behavior. Oh, I just saw Jeff's comment, super important because a lot of our clients do think very concretely. I'm guessing that's with the rules in terms of Mel versus Andrew. So once we get them to a point, thank you. Once we get them to the point where they get that story, we congratulate them. You found out what's going on. Andrew takes the hat off. I'm Mel. What's really kind of fun is the first 2 CBTP groups I've done was during COVID. And so we were on Zoom. And so I even changed my name from Mel to Andrew. And then I had like a scarf or a hat on. Afterwards, I took the hat and scarf off. I changed my name back to Mel. So there's no confusing. Like, this is Andrew. There's a little bit of a difference in a new name. And now we go back. Another thing is that we want to kind of have them work for it a little bit. Someone's like, are there any other explanations? We don't, as Andrew, we don't want to say, oh, well, maybe I just fell and hit my head and this is all delusion. I'm fixed. Like, that's not believable. That's not where we want them to go. We want there to be a little bit of a struggle of like, I don't know, but we also don't want to be a difficult client where that might be a little bit harder when we're just like dragging it out. Also, do you have any tips if there's only one facilitator on how to do this? Ooh, I have done that a couple times. And the way that I have done that is it changed from a role play to a game where instead of Andrew being a person in front of them that they could interview, it became more of like a case study where I know about Andrew and I can give them, like, I know the full story. And so they need to guess the story that I know about this person. So if you are not able to have a co-facilitator and there's just one person there, you could do that where you have this case study and you are having them guess. It's still kind of fun. It's still a bit of a game. I don't know if it was as impactful because it wasn't quite the same as seeing Andrew come to the conclusions that maybe his belief wasn't as, steadfast as he once believed it to be, where, in this acting, this role play, you're trying to shift of maybe I wasn't affected by aliens. Maybe this was something else. Usually what I like to do is do this role play as a group. Due to time, we won't be doing that today. But I do want to do this role play and the second role play that we'll very quickly go over in the D module in our consultation calls. So if you are thinking, I don't really know what this really looks like, we're going to do it together fully, where Stephen and I will be co-facilitators and one of us will be Andrew. And you're going to be the group trying to figure what that looks like. Generally based on time, I usually only have time for number one, to be honest, just because it can take a while to get through, first we're going, going through the whole introduction, and we're also going over home practice and reviewing everything. And now we're getting into this new material, and then we're doing the whole game of figuring out Andrew. So usually by that time, we get to the end. If for some reason you're like, I have a lot more extra time, we do have a second scenario that you can do. Either the same person, if you really like the actor role, you can become Sophie, or you can switch where now the person was facilitating is Sophie and the person who was Andrew is now facilitating. Again, you're setting it up of, I'm just saying Maria because you're right below me. If Maria is my co-facilitator and we're switching, we're saying when Maria puts on the scarf, she is now Sophie. When she takes the scarf off, she's back to being Maria. And we kind of go through that whole thing just to make sure it's very concrete that they understand that this is a role. So with here, it's a little bit different. Sophie tells you she has special powers that allow her to predict the future. She asks you to keep it secret because the government is paying people to follow her everywhere and watch her. Even her family is being paid. So again, what facts do we need to check out the story? What alternatives can we offer Sophie? This one's a little bit more difficult. It's a little bit more around delusion and prediction. So again, before the group, this is not something that you yourself or you as co-facilitators can just go into blind. You need to have a story. Where do you want the group to get to with Sophie? How can you start by having Sophie find alternative explanations where if the group isn't getting there, you can help lead the group there with certain questions, and then they can jump on your lead and continue to ask Sophie questions. Any questions about this role play? What this looks like? All right. And again, like I said, probably if not our first consult, our second, we're likely going to be doing this as the role play, so you can actually see it in action before any of you do this. As we end all of our sessions, right, we're sticking with that structure. We want to discuss, what I wish to remember. And then again, for the fourth time, we're filling out another ABCs of CBT sheet. We really want to hammer in the ABC skill. This is a tool we want our group participants to leave with. So we want to fill this out in this week in response to a fourth stressful event, and use the detective questions that we discussed above. When you're trying to find alternatives, could any of these detective questions be helpful in doing so? Is there another explanation for my belief? Am I 100% sure that this is really happening? Not, what else could it be? We're now moving into T5. So T3, T4, it's been a lot of games. It's been a lot of, figuring out. It's been examples. It's been role play. It's been characters. In T5, we are now hitting upon the 11th session. This is 11, if you're meeting your group once a week, this is 11 weeks together. There's a lot of rapport, a lot of bonding, a lot of structure and safety that has been built up to here. And so now we are looking at considering alternatives for my own beliefs, where we're really breaking this down and looking at what about mine. I'm going to read these really quickly. So we have seen how our thoughts and perceptions of events can influence our emotions and behaviors. We've seen that these thoughts can be biased and that we ought to consider alternatives and gather facts before jumping to conclusions. Now let's see if we can do these exercises with our own beliefs. Even just within the team module, we have been doing this for 4 weeks, for a full month. So after a full month of practicing the ABC model, of practicing all these skills with all these examples and characters, now we're doing it with the participant, with their own belief. In the second paragraph, at times, because of stress or for reasons related to our past, we have biased thoughts about our surroundings or ourselves. Some of these concerns can be very distressful and affect our daily living. We're not saying they're wrong. We're not saying they're bad or that they're mentally ill, that they're delusional. We're saying that these concerns can be really distressful and affect our daily living, which is true. We are still straddling that collaboration. If you still have people in your group at this point where they have low insight, that is still okay. because we're not talking about getting them to say, oh yeah, this is delusional. We're talking about, is this a concern for you that, you know, Joe Biden is harassing you? Is that concerning? And if so, are you open to looking at that? So in this, we want to try and think of a concern you might have had that caused you stress or worry. Usually what I like to do here is, if someone is open to it, to try and, depending on time, with maybe 2 or 3 different participants, go through their whole concern, utilizing all of these different questions. And the reason why I like to do it that way is, one, it kind of keeps us as a group rather than go and try this on your own, because there's a lot of different questions here that we're going to go through. I mean, we're looking at the concern I hold that causes some stress and that often bothers me is, we are stating and describing what concern do we want to use for this exercise. Now we're looking at, because of this concern, I often feel blank. And because of this concern, I often will blank. So we're looking at, what are the consequences of this belief, emotionally and behaviorally? What are we doing? Because of this concern, because of our belief that is concerning, what's the consequence? Now 3, what are the facts that support my concern? And I like to name at least 3. And then going through each of those facts, have all these facts been checked? Looking at one, or really looking at them. And again, this is the practice of it. Even if they are leaning into it and perhaps they are giving a delusion of fact, they're like, yes, of course this has been, fact checked. Joe Biden and I were in the same city. That's when he first started harassing me. That's how it's been checked out. We're still trying to work on getting them to look at, what are the facts, and have those facts been checked out. We're just getting them in the habit of it. And the 4th one, we want to now try finding at least one alternative explanation for each fact. So this is where the previous exercise is going to be really helpful. So everything we list in 3A, we want to try to find, is there at least one alternative to each one of those? And based on those 3 alternatives, looking at 5, what are the facts that contradict my concern? And we're kind of restating, or sort of reimagining, the 3 alternative explanations here. What are those facts? And then really looking at, if these facts contradict your concern, if this were to be true, how would you feel? What would that look like for you? What would you be doing if this was your belief about this concern? Any questions about these questions? I think time-wise. So this is not a role play, but because limited time, I usually like to do this with a volunteer and just go through all of these with the person. We're also going to go over this much more in depth on a consult call. So I'll go through this either with a volunteer, or I'll ask if Andre or Stephen are there. We'll go through one of their concerns, or we'll make up a concern, have them be a client. And so that way you can really see all of this broken down thoroughly and how we can assist someone in getting through this. Before moving on to T6, are there any confusion about what this might be, or how this looks with clients or the group?
Should we take a short break, Mel? Maybe just a 5-minute breather.
Yeah, I think that'd be great. Let's do that. We're at 1:54. How about we come back 6 minutes? We'll come back at 2 o'clock. We're at 2:01. We could start bringing ourselves back. Was that just me, or did that That was a really fast 5 minutes, right? Oh, y'all are troopers. We are in the home stretch, okay? We are at the end of this marathon. We have 1 more hour and we are ending at 3, if not a little bit before, so we can make sure that those surveys happen. So no concerns there. Just because I don't want to assume before moving on, are there any questions, comments, or concerns about what is coming up from what we've covered so far? Oh, yes, of course, not a problem, Anne. Thank you. Yeah, we're not going over. That's just rude. uh, I don't know if y'all went over yesterday. I didn't mean to say that. Okay, let's go. So T6. I'm going to share my screen.
Karen, I think, had a question.
Sorry, I was trying to find my hand button.
Yeah.
I think this is probably self-explanatory, but I just wanted to ask, is this a closed group? And is there any opportunity to like roll in people, or is it just closed the whole time?
That's a great question. It depends on which form of the protocol you're doing. So if you're doing the full 24 session protocol, it's going to be really hard for someone new to come in on T5 or T6. That has been 10, 11 weeks of buildup of safety, security, rapport, engagement, of really collaborating, connecting with the group. And now to be like, hey, let's challenge your beliefs on your first day. So it's a little bit difficult to have this be an open group in that way, unfortunately. Generally, what we say is up to about S3 can be open. And afterwards, when we hit S4, now we're talking about, if you remember S4, we're talking about our first experiences with mental health care. It starts getting a little bit more personal there. And after people start sharing personal details, we don't want to have more people coming in for the most part. So that's the 24 session protocol. If you are finding that that is not something either that you are wanting to do or you can do, the inpatient protocol is a little bit different. One, there's the 16 session protocol. And generally what that looks like is just because there's so many people coming in and out. You would start off with the S module. Excuse me. You go through the S module. You're skipping S4 and S6 because, well, that was an inpatient, but I mean, you might want to keep S4, but you're going through that. And then you might hit T1 or T2 or T3. Usually an inpatient by that point, the people in the group who started in S1 are now turned over. They have been discharged, there's new people in because people have been joining every session. So, which means you have to start over at S1. So there are groups going on inpatient wards who they are experts in the S&T modules and they have not got to D or C just because it just doesn't work to be able to hit these later modules without first going to S. If you have something like that, that could be helpful. If you have a very high turnover, the suggestion is to just do the S module again and again and again. That would be 4 or 5 sessions because you'd be skipping S6 goals as well. The only reason why we're skipping goals is because we want to be doing the goals in the group. And if there's high turnover, you don't want to set up someone with a goal with a potential of not following through or, failing on this goal without having support by the group and facilitators. So you just kind of keep going through the S module. So if that's the case, you can have people join in. If you have someone who is able to join long term, that could get really old really quickly. So it really depends on what is going to be your group format. What is that going to look like? Is there going to be high turnover? If you see there being a group that's going to be able to last throughout the whole 24 session protocol, I would say stay open up until 4. And then once 4, it's a closed group from there, is the what I have been told and what is the recommendation. Great question. Any others before diving into T6? Cascade, putting, is there a survey link for CEUs? I can't find the title available on the text page, survey page. I think that's something that we send out at the end. Is that right, Jeff? We're going to be sending out the survey at the end.
Yeah, I'm not, maybe Whitney and I better check in offline. We'll get back to you before the end of the training. Thanks for bringing that up.
Okay. Regardless, you will all get those CEUs. So either in an email or a link, that'll happen.
Mel, can you talk a little bit about, I'm trying to think like PACT teams and clients that would be appropriate that's or that staff are going to start asking to do CBTP groups with.
Yeah.
What would that look like in regards to just maybe if it's only like 2 or 3 clients in a group? Is that going to be an issue? Is that something that can work well? Can you talk a little bit about that for just a really small group?
Yeah, that's a great topic and question. So my very first group, it was me and my co-facilitators here, and we had 2 people. And it we were really worried because we're like, it's 50-50 in terms of clinicians and clients. And we're like, this is not going to work well. And those 2 were rock stars. We did the full 24 session protocol, and it was over 24 weeks. So we spent 6 months together, the 4 of us, and they went through everything. So it really depends on who are those people. It gets a little bit difficult when it's one person. And you can just kind of check in with them of, hey, are you okay with having like a lot of 2-on-1 or 1-on-1 care? But the idea too, that can happen 2 or 3. In terms of the maximum amount, if you are one person, it's going to be really difficult to be one of you and have a group of 10 plus, this being your first group. If you have 2 people facilitating, having a group of 8 to 10 is a really great number up to then. If you're past 10 people in the group, if you want to have like a larger group, at that point, it gets a little bit difficult unless you are increasing the time, just because remember, we're going through all this material and we're going to every single person and getting all of their input in every question. We want to hear from everyone every time, even if what they're saying is pass or this doesn't apply to me. We want to hear from everyone. So once we get past 8 or 10 in a group, clients plus 1 or 2 facilitators, it just gets to be really burdensome in terms of time. And if you have a group longer than an hour and a half, you're just going to wear out yourselves a little bit and you're going to wear out the clients. That's a lot of time to kind of take in and do a group. Actually touching on that a little bit, the shortest time I would say that one could do sessions is about 45 minutes. An hour is kind of the sweet spot. I usually try to go for an hour and a half, which means if we hit an hour and we need more time, there's wiggle room. And if we don't need, if we get everything done in an hour, we're like, hey, we're done in an hour. You have, extra time to either leave or free time, however that may be. Did I answer your question, Andre? Did I leave anything out? Okay. That's a great question, I think. How about anyone else? If anything does come up, feel free to do hand raise, interrupt me, or put your question in the chat. Let's finish off the T module. So helpful thoughts in important situations. We have spent 5 weeks going over finding alternatives, practicing the ABC of CBT model, and really increasing that cognitive flexibility. And now we're going to be, it's not a different topic, but it's a bit of a different angle on it. Could I get a volunteer to read that first paragraph, starting with over the past several sessions?
Over the past several sessions, we've been evaluating our thoughts, testing the evidence for and against these thoughts, and considering alternatives that might be more helpful in a given situation. Today, we will practice another technique that can help us achieve our goals. In a nutshell, the technique is to take a careful inventory of things about ourselves and things about the outside world that make a difference in important situations. Whether things went well or not, we want to look at situations from every angle so we can keep the good things happening and reduce the chances that negative things will happen again.
Thank you, Jessica. I probably should throw out there, I'm very comfortable with silence, so I will smile and wait. And I appreciate you, Jessica, for reading that. So as Jessica just read, we are looking at a different technique, and essentially what we're doing here is we're looking at locus of control. We're looking at, as we are finding alternatives, as we are challenging our own beliefs, we're looking at where, in terms of internal versus external, does control lie, and where do we believe consequences occur from? So let's look at this step by step. In the first two bullets, if a person gets an A on a test and thinks that was an important test and I worked hard to do well on it, how well do you think she would feel? Probably pretty good, right? I worked hard, I got an A. How do you think she would feel about the same grade on the same test if she thought, I got lucky, the teacher went easy on us, or else I wouldn't have done well? Probably not so great. Probably the idea of, I just scraped by. I probably would have failed if I wasn't as lucky or the teacher didn't go easy on me. So in this, while we are looking at locus of control, we're still utilizing that ABC model. It's the same scenario, it's the same activating event, but based on our belief, we're going to have different consequences in how we feel and how we might potentially act or have an urge to act. Here's another example. If someone gets in a car accident and thinks, I'm an idiot, clearly I shouldn't be driving, how do you think he would feel? Probably embarrassed, maybe shame, guilty. There's a lot of negative self-talk there. I'm an idiot. And those consequences might lead this person to not wanting to get in a car or having anxiety or stress when driving, or perhaps they link the accident that specific area, so they don't want to drive on that street or that bridge or go through that part of town anymore. The potential consequences based on that belief. Versus, how do you think he would feel about the same accident if he thought, well, it was raining and I wasn't expecting that other car to be there. I can be more careful next time. So this is an alternative explanation to another belief that has a bit more positive consequence. Now, this isn't going to lead to joy because a car accident has happened. But what it does do is it does take away some of that judgment, self-blame, and negative self-talk. Oh, thanks, Jeff. So just reading this next paragraph real quickly, these examples show that it's important to think about situations from several different perspectives. First, it helps to remember positive things about ourselves, I worked hard, and to minimize negative self-talk, I'm an idiot. Second, it helps to consider things outside of our control that contributed to the situation. It was raining. And finally, it helps to remember that no matter what, we can always try again. I can be more careful next time. So in this, what we're trying to really break down and share with the group is with locus of control. In our locus of control is the idea that we have control and influence over ourselves and the world. I studied really hard, therefore I got the A. I'm an idiot, therefore I created the accident. Now, based on the circumstances and the context of the activating event, that belief can be helpful, where the consequences are a little bit more positive, pride, confidence in this A, or it could be a little bit more negative, the idea of embarrassment, shame, guilt, and judgment. I'm an idiot. On the other side is the external locus of control, where we look at, I got lucky. The teacher went easy on us. So I didn't get the A. Something external caused me to get that A, and I just happened to be lucky this time. Who knows what's going to happen next time? Or in the other example, it was raining and that car came out of nowhere. That was something that happened externally. And I can plan to try and be more careful next time. So when we look at this in terms of this sort of this 2x2 matrix, the idea of we want to try this for situations that have happened to us personally. And depending on what the situation is, we want to break this down, looking at what are some of the positive things about ourselves that we want to remember for practicing positive self-talk. What are some of the negative self-talk that I sometimes do but want to avoid? Calling myself names or putting myself down. What aspects of the situation were out of my control? Maybe the teacher didn't share that there was a grading curve, or the idea of the car accident. It was raining, and despite living in a rainforest, people in this area don't do well in the rain. Go figure. So the idea of what's out of our control. And then the final thing, what are things that I can do to prepare for the next situation next time? So we're starting to practice and we're trying to dissect the locus of control, as well as planning for if this happens again or something similar happens again. In general, just for us to know as clinicians and facilitators, there is no, in terms of like internal, external, on average, having an internal locus of control when positive things occur and an external locus of control when negative things occur are usually a little bit more adaptive overall in terms of a healthy standpoint. If it is solely internal locus of control when good things happen, that's when you can start leading into things such as narcissism, overconfidence, arrogance. Versus if it's solely external locus of control when negative things happen, that's when we start leaning into not taking responsibility or accountability of our actions. So there needs to be a little bit of each. The idea of, using this grid of what was the situation? What are some of the positive things about you that you can remember despite the outcome of the situation? What's the negative self-talk that you are doing that you're trying to avoid? Were there any aspects of the situation that are out of my control? And what can you do to prepare for the situation next time? So we're giving them a skill and a tool to be more adaptive. So they're not just leaning hard into internal or external locus, but there's a bit of a mix depending on the situation and the context. We can really drive this home here with the skill that we worked on today can help us in both good and bad situations. When things go well, it's important to remember that I helped make this good thing happen and I can do it again. When things don't go well, it's important to remember I can't control everything about every situation, yet I can do better next time. So really kind of driving that home. Do you have any questions about T6 and what this looks like? All right. Well, we're ending with what I wish to remember. Again, going around, what do we want to remember from T6? And the skills practice is to fill the helpful thinking sheet with other examples from our week, where we are utilizing this as a tool, and they'll be filling this out on 1 or 2 situations throughout the week, where they fill each of these boxes out, and then bring it in next time we can go over it as a group. So that is the end of the T module. So we are at 2:21. I am obviously not going to be able to go through the second modules at the same extent as I've gone through the first ones. The reason why I really wanted to focus time on the S module and the T module is, you know, when you are creating your own groups, I really wanted you to have an in-depth information experience as you're doing the S and the T modules. So that is 12 weeks, so 4 months time. So within that, as you attend consults, we're going to be going more in depth into the D and the C module. So you'll still get that information. It just won't be today. But just a really quick rundown of this. The D module, drugs, alcohol, and how I feel. The learning objectives, we're trying to identify ourselves in positive terms, name at least 2 values that we share with other people in the group. We also want to identify how drugs and alcohol can affect someone's reasoning, feelings, and identity, and name at least 2 positive and effective ways to cope with feelings of depression or anxiety. So in a quick overview, in D1, we are doing values work. And we start off, this is really a feel-good session, to be honest. It just feels good for everyone. By this point, again, if you're doing a 24-week, it's 12 sessions in, so this is number 13. And what we're doing is we are using this as just sort of a guide. And we're circling, everyone's going to get their own sheet. And then we're circling the words that best describe other people. So sometimes what I like to do is have, you know, if there is space, to do posters, or to have one sheet and, you know, have someone's name at the top, and you do like a check beside what that looks like. So if this were Andre's sheet, I don't know why this is doubled. I'm going to edit that. So the idea that, you know, Andre's sheet would be passed around, and I might say, well, Andre is sensitive and confident and nice to others and cool and helpful and enthusiastic and honest and leader. And then I pass it to the next person, and they might put another check mark. So now Andre has 2 check marks next to cool and confident. But maybe the other person's like, well, he's also energetic and he's healthy and he's resourceful. So at the end of it, everyone gets their sheet back, and then we get to look at what was it like having the experience of seeing these things from other people. So looking at the qualities either on the poster sheet or on the handout, how does it feel to see the words on your poster sheet all describing something about you? We're fostering positive self-talk and self-esteem and confidence here. Which qualities written by others surprised you? I remember in my first group, you know, because again, facilitators, we are part of the group, so we have our own sheet or we have our own poster. And both of the clients were like, Mel's cool. Like, really? They were like in their early 20s. So I was like, you think I'm cool? Oh, that makes me feel good. I think I'm a nerd. So it's just a feel good for everyone. Which qualities make you really happy to see written? Why is it important to remember these positive qualities about yourself? Again, each time we're going around answering these as a group. And then today, let's recall how it feels to have positive qualities that are appreciated by others, and why it's important to remember these qualities to maintain a healthy self-esteem. And what's something you wish to remember about today? My suggestion is that people take home that poster or take home their handout and put it up somewhere so they can see it. If they're having a down day, they can remember, I might not be so kind with myself in my head, but people in my group, they think this about me. Really important, if there is someone in the group and you are seeing that they are not getting checks on things, do not let them leave with a blank sheet or poster. You got to make sure everyone leaves with something checked, or everyone leaves with a poster with words on it. You got to make sure everyone has something. Moving through with what I value, again, we'll be going through this more in depth, but going through values, and just the idea of going through each of these, checking, is it very important, or not important? And then, like what we did with effects of stress, we then are sharing with each other and looking at, oh, I have similar values here and there to people in the group, which could, again, be really helpful in reducing isolation and sharing in community. D3 and D4, we're looking at drugs and alcohol. So D3, when, where, and with whom. So some just sort of logistic questions. What does that look like? What are you taking, where, with whom, and how? And then the final one, really, are you worried about your use or one or more of the substances above? If yes, what's worrying you? I like to do D3 and D4, usually in the same session. D3, we're ending with talking about a bunch of substance use and then ending on something that's worrying you. So if you want to split these up based on time, you could end this with a relaxation, exercise, grounding, breathing, however that may be. You just don't want to let the people leave talking about substances for an hour and then what worries them, because that's just a bit of a mess to have our clients be thinking about all of that and then, like, send them out into the world. So we want to regulate and lower that worry before we end the session. If you are combining D3 and D4, you're looking at the effect on my life. So the idea of what does it look like when I drink a lot or take smoke, and all the answers that apply. What about the morning after? What does this feel like? In the long run, if I continue using, what could this look like? If I wanted to diminish or stop my alcohol or drug consumption, I could do these. And then again, ending with what I wish to remember, and ending with some sort of breathing exercise, something that's relaxing, calming, body scan, something grounding. D5 is the second role play. It's around feeling down or hopeless. It's a lot of people report this being a very difficult role play to do because it is surrounded around suicidal ideation and potential self-harm or acting on suicide. And it is a role play where, again, there's two people, which is why it's really helpful to have co-facilitators. One is facilitating, and the other one is playing the role. I have not done this with one facilitator. I wouldn't, of course you can do a role play with just one person. So it might be a little bit difficult just to be like, hey, let's talk about suicide ideation. This makes it a little bit, it's a little bit less hot because we're talking about a character and we're having the group ask questions about that to create doubt and find alternatives that dying is the best choice. And so we're also looking at, what questions might you ask? What might you say to convince the person that suicide is not a solution? Give it a try. What can someone do to get out of feeling hopelessness? And then the fourth one is a little bit personal. Have you ever had suicide ideas? And if yes, what did you do to feel better? The big thing about this is with two people, if someone is experiencing agitation or they're getting hot, because this is a very hot topic, the idea of making sure that we are scanning everyone and trying to get them not to a place where they are overloading stress, where they feel like they need to leave or run out. That's not always going to be the case. We can't always, see everything, but we do want to make sure that we are keeping it to be calm, chill. It's not exactly a role play where we can have fun to make a game out of it. So it's a little bit more respectful, but it's also very much making it that it's a role play, that we're removing ourselves. This is also going to be a role play that myself, either Andre or Stephen, will do in the consult group. So you can see it being done in front of you, where you will be the group and you will be asking these questions. So you can have that experience. And it's the more it's done, the more it's helpful. A big thing about this is that people who experience psychosis and just people who have, diagnoses around severe mental illness in general have a higher statistic and likelihood that death by suicide is going to occur. So we don't want to shy away from this. If we ourselves are uncomfortable, to pull a leaf out of the social worker's book, we want to lean into that uncomfortability and work through what about this is making me uncomfortable. Can I get supervision around it? Can I get my own therapy around this? And the idea that by talking about it, we start normalizing discussion about suicide ideation so that people can start having conversations about this with the group. Also, this is D5. So by the time we've gotten here, what is this? This is 17 weeks in. That's a lot of time spent together. So by this point, this isn't going to be like a happy role play, but it's really important that we don't shy away from this topic, especially with this population that we're working with. Again, at the end of this, either before or after what I wish to remember, like we did with the drugs and alcohol, we want to have some sort of relaxation, exercise, something, either mindfulness, grounding. There might even be, some people have, we can end on, I had my first group, we ended on jokes. I had a client ask if we could tell jokes after this, and I'm like, let's do that. So we had this sort of like laughing ritual where all of us were just telling awful jokes, like just puns and dad jokes to each other. And that was enough. We're like, okay, like stress level wise, rather than being at like a 4 or a 5, I'm back down to like a 2 or a 1. And I'm ready to end the session. So we want to be mindful that we don't want to ramp people up with this and then let them go. We want to make sure that we are being compassionate and kind and realizing that this is not an easy topic to discuss, even with it being a little bit more removed as a role play, because we're talking about a character rather than perhaps their own, because if they have had this experience, it's going to come up for them. So again, we will go over this in the consult group where there will be more information and you can see it be done. You'll participate as a group. So do not be worried about having to do this with a group. We will talk about it way before then. Any questions about D5 before we move on to D6? D6, changing my mood. So again, with this theme, we're looking at being able to find ways to feel better when we're feeling down or angry, especially since that can be difficult. So going through each of these, again, there's 2 ways we could do this. We can, I always give handouts so people have this. They can read the paragraphs, they can read along with the questions. But the 2 ways that we can work with this is, 1, we can go through each question at a time as a group. So when I'm feeling sad, down, or depressed, what helps me is blank. And much like the traffic jam exercise, as a group, let's just create a whole list of coping strategies. What can you do, or what has helped when you're feeling sad, down, or depressed? It can be helpful to remind them of the stress bucket. This is something we've already kind of done before in S5, if they remember the stress bucket. And what are some of the things that you have tried since then? Or maybe things that you already know work and you have been continuing. If someone brings up a maladaptive coping skill, something that isn't going to be healthy long-term, I might challenge that a little bit, like, ooh, is that going to be a coping skill in terms of long-term, or is that a short-term coping skill where it might feel good in the moment, but it's going to add stress, like that tube where you're just putting water back in the bucket over a period of time? And they're like, well, maybe it's a short-term. It's like, okay, is it okay if we just use long-term coping strategies here? Because we just want to make sure we have a full list of healthier coping strategies rather than, if I'm feeling sad, down, or depressed, let's drink or smoke pot. We want to try different things, breathing, music, meditation, exercise, reaching out. After we have that list, we want to go to B. So one strategy or more that someone mentioned could work for me is, And I like to start with myself and go around the room and have everyone name one strategy, something that they didn't say themselves that they want to give a try with. So I forgot about this. So I actually had someone say this. Someone said when they're feeling sad, down, or depressed, they eat fruit. And I was like, I can say I have never tried that. So you know what? I'm gonna give it a try. Who am I? It could work. Next time I'm feeling sad, down, or depressed, I'm gonna try and eat fruit and see if that helps. I wonder if I tried that. I can't remember. Well, I like fruit, so maybe. Now that I'm writing, I'm gonna give that a try. But we want to go around the room and have everyone just name one thing, and they're writing this down here on their own sheet. One strategy they want to give a try over this next week that could work for them if they're feeling sad, down, or depressed. 2, we're doing a second list if you're feeling angry, frustrated, or aggressive. What helps me is blank. Again, going around, either around the room or popcorn style, like everyone name things that you do that helps you when you feel angry, frustrated, or aggressive. And we want to try and have the list be healthy, long-term coping strategies. One thing I really like throwing out there is utilizing anger as a healthy emotion, and so processing that through activities. So that might be, going on an angry walk or going for an angry run where you're focusing on that anger, what's making you angry, and you're walking fast or you're running. So you're burning off that energy as you process it. So that helps with a lot of things, right? You're not hurting yourself or someone else or any possessions. You're burning off that energy, the anger that comes with anger potentially, and you're getting in some activity, some physical exercise. So it's kind of a win-win all around. Or something that I actually do. I do go on angry walks, but I also like to angry clean. And I usually get a lot of, sometimes giggles from people in the group. I'm like, you don't know how good it is to scrub the hell out of your floor, cursing. And then at the end of it, you feel better and your floor is super clean. Like it's a win-win. So after you have a long list of what, could help, again, with B, we go around the room. What's one strategy or more that someone else mentioned that could work for you the next time you're feeling angry, frustrated, or aggressive? And again, have them write that down. At the end of it, like we continue to do each session, we're sticking with that structure. What I wish to remember. I'm definitely going to try that one. Ooh, angry cleaning. I love angry cleaning. I love angry cleaning. I just put my dog outside and I go at it. What I wish to remember, I might, again, starting with myself and going around. What I wish to remember is I want to try eating fruit the next time I'm feeling down, depressed, or hopeless. That's what I want to remember. What do you want to remember? Go around. For the skills practice of this week, we want to try at least one of the suggestions made by another group member this week and check if it worked for you or not. And then come back next week and check in. So the next week, as we're doing introductions and check-ins and we're talking about our stress level and the icebreaker and home practice of our SMART goal, we might say, also, I tried eating fruit when I was feeling a little sad, and you know what? It kind of worked. Or you know what? It tasted good and I felt better because I ate, but I was still pretty sad. So I don't know if it worked really well for me. But we're trying something new. We're trying a different coping strategy suggested by someone else in the group. Any questions about D6 or the D module? The D module is a bit of a hodgepodge, let's be honest. We're looking at values, substance use, and mood. But it's really important to, kind of give it a good cover. All right. C module. Bring it home. So C module stands for coping and competence. At the end of this section, each participant should be able to attain or complete the following objectives. Describe at least 2 techniques that help them relax or diminish symptoms, identify which coping strategy works best for them in specific situations, and describe what they learned, achieved, and improved since the beginning of the group. So as the title says, we're looking at really adding more coping strategies and tools than we have already. And then we're just underlying, in terms of competence, what they've already learned and going over it again and again, making sure that they have safety plans and skills laid out so that they can go back and review them. C1, we're looking at relieving from stress. I really like going over breathing exercises, breath retraining for this. There's an example here of, I always feel like I say this wrong, Shavasana. Shavasana. If you know what that is, and I said it incorrectly, I apologize in advance. Shavasana. But it's a breathing exercise for relaxation. I think I just heard Jeff grind his teeth about this one. It's not a favorite
Please
one.
don't have your clients lay on the floor.
Please don't let
All
your
I'm going to
clients
say
lay on
about
the
that.
Absolutely. So with this one, we're not laying down, we're sitting, we're upright. As Jeff has says multiple times, and I absolutely agree, with lying down and breathing exercises, there is the potential, one, it could be dirty and gross, and two, they could fall asleep. And we're not trying to get them to learn sleeping as a coping mechanism. That's more avoidant behavior. We're trying to get them to learn a breathing exercise that reduces the stress in the moment. So utilizing their own breath to calm down their central nervous system, much like Jeff went over yesterday when we were looking at fight or flight and freeze responses and the way that the brain has evolved. So if you are comfortable with this, you can utilize this. If you want to be a little bit more creative, I like to go over breath retraining and do a breathing exercise. The one I really like going over is 4x6 breathing is one of them, which is you inhale to the count of 4, you hold for the count of 2, exhale for the count of 6, and hold for the count of 2. And that is a nice sort of one, you're focusing on the breath to the point of counting. Oh, that's a great one. Yep. 4, 7, 8 breathing is also one that is really great, especially with the additional variations of that Jeff has taught me, that involves pressure points and tongue. We can go over that as we touch on this in the consult. I love sharing different either breathing or grounding exercises. But the idea of C1 is we are working on relaxation and adding skills to our clients that they can utilize when they're feeling stressed. C2, again, we're working on dealing with symptoms, and this is more of a plan. So what we're looking at, number one, when I experience a symptom blank, what usually helps me is this coping skill. If that doesn't work, I can try the second coping skill. I have a backup. And if things seem to be getting worse, I will blank. What is something that you can do that you know is going to work? So that might be reaching out to my support team, or it could be taking a medication only when needed. And one thing that doesn't help me, what is one of those short-term coping strategies that may not be healthy? It might be isolating or drinking or smoking a substance, but really putting on here what doesn't work. We want to do the same thing if I start having a disturbing thought. What's going to help me? If that doesn't work, what's a backup? If things get really bad, what can I do? And what's one thing that doesn't help me? This is a plan that people can have and keep and share with their care team and have somewhere visually at home. Also, in the second half of this, what we're doing is we are looking through this list of possible coping strategies, and we are giving a lot. We're giving thought, cognitive coping strategies, and behavioral. And so with this, we want to go through them as either as a group or give time for everyone to go through them. And we want to circle the ones that we have tried and know help us. We want to put a cross through the ones we have tried a few times before and know do not help. And we will put a check next to the ones that we kind of want to give a try. Things that we want to try in the next week or two. want to do that with thoughts and behaviors. And again, at the end, what we wish to remember, what we've gone through, and the skills practice is try one or more of those coping strategies listed under the list that you checked and note which ones worked for you. So give it a circle if it worked, or give it a cross out if it didn't work in that circumstance, or give it a try in another environment. Maybe sometimes something doesn't work here, but it does work here. C3, we're looking at resources. So again, we're adding to this care plan where we're looking at who in our lives can we reach out to, who is in our community. We're starting the end of groups, so we're trying to get the people to really start thinking about who on the outside can I connect with. And this can be family, friends, acquaintances, health professionals, support groups, other groups, so that might be a spiritual network, whatever that may be. And you want to look at these different categories. So who can offer emotional support, who can offer material support, and of everyone, who can just, everyone that you've listed, who do you trust enough to talk about your symptoms to and share this with? At the end of the group, if there is a list of community support programs or other community resources that you have that could be useful, you can share these with the group so they have that. If not, they want to keep this as their main support resource. Again, don't let anyone leave here without at least one name on here. So that could be a peer or a social worker. It might be your name and your work number. But the idea that everyone is leaving with at least one name, if not more. C4, we're doing a review of my strengths, coping strategies, and challenges. Again, we really want to know at home, we're thinking of what do you consider your strengths to be? What are your effective coping strategies? Where are some problems and difficulties? What will you do to overcome these? And what do you consider having improved in yourself in this group? C5, coping my own way. We're reiterating this even more so, but we're looking at this on a daily basis. So on a daily basis, in order to stay well, I will tell myself blank. So any mantras or cognitions, any thoughts, beliefs that we may have on a daily basis in order to stay well, I will blank. What are behavioral plans that we can do on a daily basis to help us stay well? In order to meet my long-term goals while staying well, I must tell myself blank. So again, healthy thoughts, cognitions, mantras. In order to meet my long-term goals while staying well, I must do blank. Behaviors that are going to be helpful in the long term. I know when things start going wrong before my symptoms get worse, when I'm experiencing the following. Go back to the effects of stress and list what's going to happen, what do I know? My shoulders get tight, or I start having difficulty sleeping. I get down on myself, start having negative self-talk. When things aren't going so well, either because I'm experiencing high level of stress, I should tell myself blank. When things aren't going so well because I'm experiencing high level of stress, I should do blank. And then skills practice, share the staying well plan with someone you trust from your support network from the previous session and make a copy of it so they can have it and help you in the future if needed. This leads to C6. This is the last module. It is a celebration one. This is, we really want to congratulate the people who have gone through this full module because it is not easy to stick with it. This is a celebration. We want to congratulate everyone. Even if we scroll down, where is it? We have diplomas here if you want to utilize this. If you are artistic and you want to make your own diploma, you can do that. And we want to make sure that we are sharing that this was not an easy endeavor. So as we go through this, depending on funding and appropriateness, COVID and such, you might have food or snacks, or it might be just the idea of a celebratory nature. Looking at what went well for you during the meetings. We're doing a rehash of the last 23 sessions. What did you specifically like about the group meetings? What didn't you like? Who did you get to know better during the meetings? What have you tried to accomplish that you haven't tried before the group? What did you learn about yourself during the meetings? What do you wish to remember about this whole experience? What are you going to continue working on in the future? So we're doing a review of the group, we're getting their information, we're getting their input, which is really helpful. If you're going to start a second group, like, okay, well, they really didn't like this, and all of them said it, I'm going to change that for the next iteration. And also looking at ahead, what is that going to look like for them? And then at the end of it, we do the choice short form for a second time. We've kept the first ones. Now we can compare them. If you have a first and an end, you can feel free to send them to me or to the Spirit Lab, because we want to add this to our data just to show that objectively, by the client self-report, it's helpful. Or if not, that's also information, good information and data to have. And congratulations to all of you. You are also completed. So we are done with today. That was a marathon. We were at 2:52. You all are amazing. So really quickly, are there any questions, any comments or concerns? I know we went through those last two modules very quickly, and we're going to go through them in depth with the consultation calls. But any other questions about something perhaps I didn't answer? All right. Well, Whitney just pushed in the link for receiving your CE certificate by completing the form there. Remember, please update your calendars. So every second and fourth Tuesday from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. will be our consultation calls. Our first one is going to be November 28th. So not next Tuesday, but the Tuesday after. And you'll be getting a CE hour credit for each call you attend. So it is worth your while. Also, a lot of the things that we blew through, we're going to be going over in those calls. So we're not going to leave you hanging there. If you have any other questions or comments that perhaps didn't come up, feel free to reach out to me, Jeff, Andre, Stephen. We want to make sure that you're supported. You can reach out to Whitney and we can get those answers to you. Otherwise, I look forward to seeing you in a couple weeks at our first consultation call and really hearing what progress have you made to starting your own groups. So this is the idea of really looking at who do you want to run a group with? Who is your co-facilitator? Where are you going to run the group? How are you going to get participants? And what is this going to look like for you? And we can also use that first and second session of going through some of those barriers if you run into any. We want to make sure that we can help you and support you. Thank you everyone in the chat. Much appreciated. If there are any questions or other comments, I want to let you all out so that you can complete that link.
Just a sec. Yeah, just a quick reminder. I've seen that a lot of you have done this already, but we're getting a final head count for the consultations. So before you go, if you haven't done so far, just make sure that you leave your name and your team in the chat box so that we know that you're interested, and then we can follow up. So we won't know who's interested and who to send the emails to unless you get your name in. So make sure that you've done that, and you have been a wonderful, wonderful group to be working with over the past couple of days. I really appreciate your attention and your participation, and we'll be seeing you down the road.
Absolutely. For those of you in the consult group answering a question in the chat, we'll be sending out those links the day before. So there will be a reminder email and a link to that consult call on the Monday before our meeting. All righty.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.